Hello everyone and welcome to the second to last day of the group stage of VCT GC EMEA stage 3, and we have a banger day up for you today. But my name is Echo, with me is the lovely, you're over there, the lovely Affinity.
Hello.
And we're going to be taking you through the first series of the day, and the whole day is a banger, but this first game, it's going to be good.
Absolutely. Now, two teams that we have seen time and time again in the game changer scene battling out here. Now, the win conditions are a little bit weird here because G2, they've already qualified. They are top of the group. They are sitting pretty here. So this game, a little less pressure on them here. As you can see, there is the standings. There is nothing that can go wrong that can stop them right now. So this game, it's just going through the steps and whatever. But however, for NASR, they need to win 2 maps across the next 2 series, if I'm not mistaken, Echo. That's what they need to stay in the runnings here.
Yeah, exactly. So they need to win 1 map against G2, 1 map against Carmine Corp to make it through, or if they beat either team, then they're through the playoffs, knocking ATN out. They've had a great split, their first split in the main event, but that would be it for ATN. So NASR, that's what they're fighting for here. But for G2, obviously these players, they have been across so many years in this scene, right? All of these G2 players, they've been in multiple teams now, fighting in the main event for the biggest spots, the highest spots that they can. And all of them except Rescue and Amy, so Vanya, Mimi, and Petra, they went to GCC last year down in Brazil, which didn't go too well for either BBL, which Vanya was on, or for Mimi and Petra. So they're hoping for a little bit better this time around because they've already qualified for Game Changers champs.
Exactly. But I think they're still going to want to have a strong showing here today. And when we inevitably reveal the veto to you as well, I think you might be quite surprised. They might be trying to limit test a little bit here as well. On the flip side, NASR Ignite, you and I, we got to have a little bit of a look at their gameplay as well. And they've been actually quite impressive this week. But as we said, they need to win today, ideally. And otherwise, we might be seeing a 3-way split, which is fairly unprecedented waters.
Yeah, when you go for that kind of like 3-way tie, it does go down to the numbers, and we've had Gav on the backside number crunching for us to make sure everything's up to scratch. But yeah, so obviously ideally they want to beat G2 here, but it's going to be a tough task ahead of them because G2 are looking in the best form that I honestly think they've ever looked, and that's crazy seeing as they are world champions, right? They are, I think, 6 times champions of EMEA, and they're now looking in their best form. They've lost 1 map since round 2 of stage 2. 1 map, and that was against Falcons, ridiculous. Who are just, we know Falcons are great. So they are just looking absolutely incredible. But let's take a quick look at the map veto, because this is where we're going to be going to see if NASR can make it into playoffs or not.
Yeah, this was quite an interesting one. So we saw Lotus removed and Ascent removed. Nothing too serious to start off with. The Haven pick, this is where things get a little bit spicy here as well. G2 selecting Bind. That one we kind of saw coming. They've been playing it a lot recently. They played it and won against Odd One Out and Carmine Corp. But it's good to see it here. And then if we go all the way to a 3rd map, Sunset is on the horizon for us as well. A map that both of these teams have played a little bit, although G2 goes and we haven't seen them play it at this stage just yet. So breaking this down a bit, I think the main map, the first map that we get to, Haven, that's what threw us through a loop a little bit initially because we don't really know much about either of these teams on this map.
Yeah, no, we don't. And it's like G2, they've been really lucky because, or maybe skillful, because they've won each of their games this split so far in a 2-0 fashion. They've only revealed 3 of their maps, right? They played 2 Abyss, 2 Bind, and 2 Lotus. So this Haven is a huge question mark, and it was the big thing of uncertainty in the veto was, are G2 going to ban it? Because they have banned it twice, they floated it once. Or are they going to let it through? And NASR, as soon as they saw that, they picked it. So I'm expecting something big to be cooked up here. If it's just the standard comps, then NASR need to show that they have better fundamentals and a better understanding of the macro of the map than G2, which is going to be a tricky task for them.
It is indeed. But if I was to say, predict me the outcome of this, who is your winner? What are you thinking the scoreline is looking at? Because, of course, we never really know for sure. But if you were to put money on it, what would you be saying?
I think I'd probably have to lean in the favor of G2, just because they've looked, like I said, in their best ever form. And like we're going to bind, which is Raise Q's, you know, as was coined the other day on broadcast, Raise Q's incredible map. Like her VLR 2.0 rating is somewhere up in like 1.87, I think it was, which is just so far above the average that you just can't even think about it. That map I think has to go to G2. And then Sunset, NASR Ignite, they've looked okay. They haven't looked great on it. They're running quite a fun comp. They won versus Odd One Out on it as well. But for G2 goes, and that's another map that hasn't been seen yet, right? We're going into so many unknown points in NASR Ignite. They don't get chance here to try and ante, to try and play against how G2 typically play.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a crazy one, but I think we might have agent selects up and ready for us as well. Now, G2, I love that they run some crazy agents, some crazy comps. I know that you probably have quite a liking for them because we've seen them play Euro on quite a few maps, but it's going to be the Neon pick on both of them, the side of the Duelists. Actually, very standard mirroring comps here as well. I'd like to see sometimes they pull out something funky, but we've got nothing to work on. I think maybe both of them just going with this meta pick looks pretty stable.
Yeah, no, exactly. And like this is relatively meta. We can see G2, they've changed up their comp on this map since they last played just a little bit. Killjoy was obviously meta back then, so that's absolutely no problem. Cypher slowly coming in, especially if you're expecting Neons, because like that Cypher against a Neon, it's so difficult to deal with unless you have those shock dart lineups to break all of those trips. Because your Neon, she's going to slide on in, get stunned up, and just get insta-killed when you're hard anchoring on C. So I like the fact that we're seeing this standard from both teams, but now this puts so much pressure onto NASR Ignite. Are they able to keep up with G2, who, you know, when they have Rescue on the Neon, they are playing so quick. They are just running in. It's absolutely incredible. So to me, yeah, the pressure is on NASR. They have to prove that they can do this against G2 now.
Exactly. I have a slightly harrowing feeling that if this first map doesn't go NASR's way, this might be a series that is over a little bit quickly, which is sad because I love seeing both of these teams play. I do want to see it go the full 3 maps as well. Of course, every extra map gives NASR that chance for that series win to put themselves in that playoffs position. Of course, that is the prize everyone is grasping at right now. But we'll just make sure everyone's in the server, making sure that everything is getting ready so we can give you guys the best possible series, because the players are going to bring the fire. We got to make sure that we're ready as well. Now, I'm very excited for this. I think, as you said, the Neon against the Cypher is going to be quite an interesting combination. I'm sad that we're not seeing the weird picks coming out, though. I'm a little bit, like, doing my research, looking back at it, you know, we see Mimi a lot on the Gecko, which on Haven, absolutely the wrong pick there. I don't see many, but you could probably put him in Garage, but you really don't want to, you know. So I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. And with you, however, I think this might be a G2 goes and sort of slide. Unless NASR can dig their claws in early on to Haven, they're going to need to hit the ground running here. No chance for slow starts because G2 goes in. They're not going to give them the opportunity. It is full pedal to the metal. They've got nothing to lose now. And that is when I think they might be the scariest, because the nerves are off. The pressure's off. Everything's free game for them now.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so just a fun little stat to bring up whilst we're waiting for everything to be set up and ready to go in. G2, they've won the first 3 games in this group stage, right? If they win today, that's a perfect stage for them, a perfect group stage, which we've not seen from G2 since 2022. They've obviously dominated over the last 2 years since 2022. They've been incredible. All of this year, all of last year, just right on the top or right near the top in the playoffs. But they haven't been in that position since 2022. And we know what happened when they had a perfect stage in stage 3 for 2022, right?
Yes.
They went on and they won champs. So
they did.
We could be seeing the exact same storyline coming out here. And I'm sure the G2 players are not too superstitious, but
let's hope not.
They might be a little bit stitious, right? Just a little stitious.
Just a little stitious. As a treat, you know?
Yes, just as a treat. And if they are, then they're going to be wanting to win this to match up to what they did back in 22.
I have a feeling that we might be seeing a flawless. It could be a curse. Every team that comes up against them, after this, has got to deal with the fact that they had a flawless round, and that's kind of intimidating as well, mind you. But Time to get this start of the pistol round, and look at this. Immediate aggression straight up, is hit by the stun on their own. Actually going to peek regarding the corner before it even wears off. And that's a lot of information they're working with. They've heard nothing at all up A long, and actually nothing being seen out of Garage or on B either. So they've got to have known they've shepherded them into this corner.
Yeah, and they're going to be peeking into it, but they have to be worried. That recon dart, it's going to potential. Oh no, it misses. Rescue's not spotted. So she's holding into this corner. Just misses the first shot, but gets the second, and now is stunned up. She still gets the kill, and the trades from Mimi.
Safia, though, that is going to be the ultimate comeback. That is such a devastating way for this round to open up, but they've managed to bring it back, so it's not slipped too horrifically far just yet. There's a chance here for them to recover this. Play disadvantage, and with Vanya, that rounds this corner. There's nothing you can do. Sapphire, she's good in these clutches. Hell, she's amazing in these clutches, but unfortunately, smoked off, she disrespected, and that is going to be the kill. And G2, lovely opening pistol there.
Yeah, and it's just that immediate aggression, right? And the key thing to me here is that they had their Sova, they had Petra over towards Garage, which typically you're seeing that Sova over on A to support and supplement the Breach and the Neon. So what I think G2 were expecting was that NASR would immediately react and head towards B, head towards C, head towards Garage, where they still had 3 people stacked there. Like that's a really nice pistol round from G2. I'm going to be interested to see if we see more of that kind of conditioning, because Rescue, she's got the Outlaw in B this time, and Toka, while she's peeking into it.
Ooh, and that's it. The wall bang potential. The wall pen reigns supreme, and that is the opening pick to kick it off. This is a round that they've got little to no contestation on the armory front of things. However, they still want to try keep it clean here. And that is the way to kick it off. Now, they are going to take this Garage control. I say that, going to just immediately be pushed back off there and Rescue. She's not really sure whether to reposition or not just yet. Toying with the idea of it, but actually going to hold down the fort on B. Exactly the right call. Some sort of spidey sense tingling in the background. And actually, I'd be very, very worried here if I was peeking first into this. And there we go. Marty's going to be the first. The paranoia is going to blind her, push her away. And actually, the stun. There's absolutely no vision on this site. She has the cage to hide in. Ania has pushed all the way round here, but they still haven't managed to clear out Rescue. And that's it. That's the round. Kills from everyone here. And ultimately, NASR, they get onto site, but it's all for naught.
Yeah, all for naught, absolutely. And that's partly because immediately, as soon as that B push was coming on in, the paranoia from Vanya allowed Petra and Mimi to push all the way onto the flank into window. And just as soon as they were forced back by that paranoia, those two from window, they just had an open firing range. And yes, okay, Petra, I think, did have the Stinger. Maybe not the best gun for that situation. But going into this round, this is a really tricky round for NASR Ignite, right? They have to choose between full shields or rifles because they're going against an Outlaw. So now they've got 2 people that this Outlaw is going to one-shot. So they have to be making sure they're clearing out all of the angles, watching for Rescue, who's now on C. She's gone A, B, C. She's doing the whole alphabet for us. So this drone, it's been expended, but it's not found the Neon.
It has not indeed. But luckily, they won't quite run into the same fate as previously, as they are heading opposite side of the map to her as they approach A. And there is reinforcements here, and as you can see, Petra is nearby as well to just concrete cement this site control, but doesn't really matter. Manages to get away there. Damage done, but not able to find the trade as Luxian has to just back off. Plans completely foiled there. And suddenly A, not really looking like such a hot topic for them anymore.
No, and the drone from Petra, the perfect timing. And this is about the time you want to use it to re-clear as well. Clears out the entirety of long. So yes, Rescue is moving over there. But quite quickly, I think G2 are going to realize they're heading over towards Amy. And Amy's in a very advanced spot. They should check this. They should watch for this. But if they don't, this could be catastrophic.
It can hear them, and they are trying to clear it out here. They're so distracted by long. They do clear it, but there's the spike dropped, and it's in such a painful location to retrieve. Amy going for some more, but look at this. Mimi is already here. Backup is on the way. And even though they've managed to retrieve that spike, they've pinched at the site, but look at it. Mimi on site. That's all they need with the Stinger. Rescue as well. We talked about this insane Outlaw. It's going to be the final nail in the coffin for them. But beautiful round, and NASR, they really needed to win that one. We talked about how they invested into the rifles instead of those shields, and it doesn't even pay out.
Yeah, no, and it's one of those rounds where you think that if NASR had just been a little bit slower with their utility to try and clear out towards sites, then it could have just been that tiny bit better. But they had nothing to clear out Amy, so they had the face peeker, and she's just ready. She's got that holding advantage where she's holding that corner. She can swing around, and it just works so well. Now, NASR, they're thrown back down to light shields. This outlaw is going to be so difficult for them to deal with, and the slide to get rescue out of there. It's not as good as the jet dash, but it's still solid enough. And now the round is essentially reset here, Affinity, right? We're looking at this. There's no map control for NASR Ignite.
No, they keep sort of putting all of their eggs in one basket, and by the time that they actually get to approaching the site, they lose these opening jewels, and suddenly they have to reposition. But because G2's got such incredible eyes everywhere, they just don't have any doubt as to where they're going to be. And as you can see, there's the peak rescue. Lovely kill onto Luxie. The back away as well. Get the reload in. Why not? Just to be sure. Vanya, lovely shot there as well. Feet spotted, and that's all rescue needs. Cozy's out of place, and they will be shot off. Petra gets the first. It's a nice response from Tokamite, but is there really anything more to be done here? Half health, less than even. A Sheriff, which, you know, it's game changers, never counted out, but she is walking onto a stacked site, including rescue. And G2, that's a 4th round in a row, and it hasn't even looked like a speck of a doubt has been anywhere on G2's defense here.
Yeah, no, and honestly, I feel like they're not even having to be that proactive. We see G2 sometimes go super proactive, like we saw on their buy round up against the Eco. They went for that proactive push with Mimi and Petra, but they don't have to be anymore, and NASR's not forcing it. They're not forcing G2 to need to reclear. Obviously, going to this, they've got the buy round, they've got the utility, so this is the round to do it for them, but Rescue's now got the op. So if they're looking to contact reclear anything, they have to be so careful with it. So for now, just going to look to break trips, break utility, and we're going to do this garage default, potentially look to lean and push into a C split if the garage take goes well. Or if that happens.
That is a crazy peak, and even crazier response. Look at that. And there's no trades to be found here. Mimi does find Luxie eventually. They're at a disadvantage, and Marty's going hunting for that kill. Can't quite find the angle, and even while stunned, Mimi gets it. It's going to be the shock bolt to do it in the end. However, Vanya and Petra, they're still alive and kicking. They are nearby if they want to try retake this. The neural theft coming on out is going to cause a little bit of problem for them and maybe make them think twice. So both have been spotted here, pushing towards Garage. Still has the drone available to look for them, and it's going to clear out Garage. That means they can take a bit more space and push on forward. There's the vision. But the smoke's coming on through. I say that. It looked like it was going to, but Vanya, lovely kill. That's an amazing recon bar as well. Knows where both are, and now can they just play together? And Sapphire, these clutches, we've seen so many, they need to be impeccable. They are just going to spam through the wood, hold her at bay. They have the body card. That's the benefit of 2. Has to only half it, because look at that. Petra taken down as well. And Sapphire, these clutches are insane, and that looked like it could have gone either way at any second there, but holy, what a clutch.
Yeah, and like I said, we've seen that from her before. I think it was on Sunset specifically, where she's just incredible in those clutch moments. And my concern is that we might see that's what NASR might start to rely on, right? Yes, it's incredible, and yes, you should be able to rely on your side to clutch out in those situations. But when you're putting them up against 2 absolutely incredible experienced players like Mimi and Petra, that is a scary thing to do. But now Rescue doesn't want to buy up that operator. She's going aggressive as she can to take down Luxie. And Petra, the Hunter's Fury in the back just to support it, but immediately backs off. Space coming back, and the contact reclear coming out from NASR Ignite.
Yep. That's a nice opening pick, and there was nothing they could do about it as well, which means they just have to play this round, play at disadvantage. And look at that, so much space. It's just an information game here for G2. Knowledge is power, and G2 has all of it. Call them Palpatine the way there is unlimited power here. Because they send out the drone, they see that there's nothing there. So they know that A-Long is clear for now, albeit a little bit of a different situation 20 seconds later. But it means they know that there's no immediate danger. However, Over on C, heard nothing, seen nothing, nothing in garage, nothing in B. And because they've not heard anything, they can move those reinforcements over to A, and it's going to be a stacked site and a difficult fight. Rescue, early damage, doesn't even take a single point themselves. The paranoia, perfect, as Rescue gets the kill onto Marty. The Hunter's Fury trying to find a little bit of an opening for them to apply that pressure, but it's not going to work. We see Nami teleport over to the other side, has the spike. The issue that she has here, however, is that she's on her own. If she dies here, that spike is going to be difficult to retrieve, but the kill on Amy, imperative.
Yeah, and like getting that kill, that opens up the entirety of this round again. It puts you into such a good position. You've got Sapphire, yes, on 18 HP, but she's on this late lurk that she's so good at. Nami choosing to go aggressive into this because we've got the double shocks available, or we've got one shock available from Tokamite. But this stun comes through. Nami should get this first kill, but she misses it. And now the site is wide open. Yes, garage, yes, long. But it's tricky because the smoke is down on the spike.
It is difficult. That's a lovely recon ball because it means it's going to be very difficult for the defuse to come in. The shock dart just to try buy time. But the issue is neither's low. Mimi, the bodyguard, reigns supreme, and Tokamite, nothing they can do. Played the best of their ability with what they had available, but even having two alive there, you know, they're not going to award you the same clutch that they let have Sapphire have last round. Completely different now. And G2, they let them get one round, but they are fed up. One round was one too many. And that kill there, I thought it was all over. If the spike had gone down there was no time for them to retrieve it. That would have been the round immediately. However, nicely played from Nami. Unfortunately, it isn't going to be the clutch, but it's moments of brilliance that don't count them out.
Yes, exactly. In those moments of brilliance, they can win rounds. Winning games and maps, on the other hand, that's when it's difficult, right? You can win rounds with moments of brilliance, but you need consistency. And I mean, G2, they've been super consistent this entire year. NASR have as well, but their peak hasn't been as high. And that's where I'm wanting to see this change, this timeout specifically, to try and bring something out. Because NASR in the playoffs last split, right? They lost to BBL, who I don't think they should have been losing to. They should have won against BBL, and then they lost to Falcons. That's understandable.
Yes.
That's very tricky. You losing to GX, that's a tricky matchup. NASR should be looking for 4th. They shouldn't be looking for anything below that. But what they need now is consistency above their peak. They need to find a new peak and be consistent there, because 4th place is not enough for GCC.
No, not at all. Timeout taken. I think it was nicely placed there as well, because we're starting to get to that precipice. We're almost getting towards the end of this half, you know, a quarter of the way through the map now. And they've really not found much success. What even happened in the first second? Nami taken down there. And the early aggression, they don't even need it over towards A.
They're spamming down that Sova lineup spot. You can just spam through it from on B, just next to window. But it wasn't even the Sova they got. It was the Omen, and now there's no smokes. And on these pistol rounds, you need the smokes to get yourself close, to get your team close, where the ghosts don't matter as much. But they're not able to. And again, because it's an eco, Rescue, who loves the operator, she can just go for the outlaw. And Marty a little bit... I like the idea for that. If you get that online, you get the overdrive, and it gives you so much space, because you can charge on through, right? You can dash in, slide in, you know, not fully accurate with that blast, but it's still pretty good. But now they're lost. They are stuck. No smokes and no duelist. And they're pushing right into Rescue.
This is a dangerous position to be in, especially with their lack of armor. She can just line them up and knock them down. Now, it is only one for now, but just goes straight for that. Reload, gets the second and the third back to back. It's impeccable. And it's Rescue. Even against an eco, a clip like that is crazy. Not even giving them a second to blink.
No, and she's just so clean. And like this pickup at the beginning of this year was one of the more, I think, uncertain things for G2, right? They picked up the Rescue, who was on Ninja and Pajama Lightning the year before. Nip didn't do very well, but Rescue's stats were right up there at the top.
Right there.
And this is what they've been able to do. They've been able to mold her into this perfect player. And this wallbang, oh, it was so close, but the slide forces Mimi back. Mimi's stunned. She needs to give up B. But doesn't really matter, because they're pushing into 3 people in garage.
That is going to be a difficult one. They've been spamming the walls. It's time for NASR to do the same back there. A little bit of damage found there onto Vania, but This crossfire is going to be difficult, especially with Amy spotting the first gun. But that is an incredible fault line. Lines them up. Vania spots one more, but isn't greedy. And that is going to be crucial because they have the player advantage. And there was no risk there of them losing it. Not
Look at Petra.
Over it. But that is going to be an incredible shot from Rescue. Talking to Petra, they've managed to work their way round.
One enemy remaining.
And it's... I don't even know what to say there. They're about to run into each other. She's got no idea what's coming. And it's a shot from behind. And G2 just on every single angle, every flank, every push. Everything is coming up G2 today.
It really is like every single piece that they're putting together. They are just slowly tearing down the NASR Ignite players. And this was a fault line paranoia trap, right? That they set up. And then they faked like they fully left it. And they put Rescue in to take over. Like the way that they're playing around this map, the way that they're forcing NASR Ignite to be concerned about every single place. And now all NASR can do is just hard hit. And this is going to be a C execute. But the op is here.
Exactly. It's on this nice little off angle. Spotted one, but not able to connect the shot there. I'm just trying to figure out where they want to play from. The smokes are going to cause some problems. There comes the overdrive running onto site. But that's the thing is, whilst the ultimate is rolling, Amy's already found one. Mimi's got a second as well. And Rescue, they haven't managed to flush her out, but it doesn't even matter. She's just the contingency plan here. It's all Mimi doing everything. And now Petra spamming away. They spotted the last. They know they're in garage. And they've just funneled them in towards Petra. And it's beautifully done. It's like sheepdogs just herding here.
Yeah, like there's no other way to put it. They are just herding them to where they want to go. And the biggest thing here is we can see immediately the rotations come over as soon as Rescue spots out that the Sova's there. Everyone starts to rotate over. Mimi is then in position to rip that Rolling Thunder and flood retake out onto site. The teamwork, the coordination is there, and now the reads. And the eye gelling on G2 has always been good. But now there's 4 people leaning straight into NASR.
Rescue, this early aggression. She's just missed the timing, but she's got an idea. She's missed it. She's come that over. The rest of the team's got an idea. However, Marty, Nami, Tokamite, all of them hit their shots, and suddenly it's individual moments of brilliance. Overwhelming firepower there, and I think Rescue just missing the timing on that initial peak caused a couple of problems in Amy. She's good, but I don't think 1v4 clutch is on the cards. Not this round, at least. She's got the cages, but Nami's got the flank. That round, it's just over in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and it was pretty much over as soon as those kills came on through. And yes, okay, G2, they were in the right place, but they were just missing shots, and it was a little bit uncoordinated. And now this is where I fear G2, they have a history of sometimes getting a little bit overconfident, let's say. And that's what I'm seeing here, is just a little bit of overconfidence going for these fights, and they weren't playing off of each other in the way that they probably should, and that they know how to do. So this round, we're going for a more standard setup. We're having Rescue move towards C again. And meanwhile for NASR Ignite, they're defaulting towards A. This has worked for them. Taking this A long control, taking as much of short as possible is good, and this combo could be deadly, but actually, the Hunter was missed, but it doesn't matter, Marty's there. The Neon sliding on up, removing Petra, and that's all of the reclear, all of the information gone over towards A. The NASR, they can cut noise, they can play slow, and G2 have to be proactive out towards mid.
We talked about them having the information, G2, and suddenly they've lost a huge piece of the puzzle in that as well. As you said, they can just go dark and hide in the map, and suddenly that's going to cause some problems for G2, but they've actually got a lot of information. They have to maybe be a little bit worried, but considering they've heard nothing over towards B and mid, they've got to have an idea that there has been no rotate. There comes the Rolling Thunder. They get themselves onto site. Marty's being caught in the whole mixture of Vania, Paranoia, just waiting and hiding. They haven't even cleared it just yet. Rescue firing around, spinning around. Isn't actually able to find very much. Has spotted that Hell player, but actually it's the rest of the team doing it. Sapphire has been spotted out and taken down by Mimi. And it's all of the people you don't expect, but everyone is in the position that they can contribute, they can pitch in here as well. You expect the kill to come from somewhere, but suddenly Mimi's got a 3k, but they've all just managed to set it up so that no matter who gets the kill, everyone is in the position that they can.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the key things about G2 as well, is their calling is great, their teamwork is great. The amount of experience they have behind them, both in Valorant and in CS, is incredible, and that's why we see so many, championships coming from them, winning out EMEA so many times. But crucially, all of them can be the star player. And Mimi, she's going to be tested again by Marty.
Marty is not going to be awarded the fight easily, actually just going to head away there. Had a nosy, had a poke. Sapphire, that's going to be the difference maker. The opening pick, once again, they've lost 3 in a row now, G2. Can they recover this? Rescue taking that very up close and personal. The miss shot is going to cause some problems, and there's going to be a bolt to try put some distance. I say that. Actually is just going to stick around, worried that maybe somebody had used her own fast lanes against her, but no. Jumps around the corner, not able to get the no-scope, however, and Tokamai is going to recover that operator. No reason not to. And the spike goes down. Difficult position for G2 to retake from.
But as final round, they can throw absolutely everything they've got at this, and they've got a lot of good retake utility. It would be great if they had that Cypher Cam pulled up over from B towards this site. But what they're doing now is they're trying to bait out the stall utility from Luxie, right? Luxie is underneath Heaven with this stall, but instead they're just going to immediately flood out.
That's a lovely opening bit of aggression. They're trying to force the fight, and the fight does go both ways. And now Mimi, a fight on her hands, 1v2. That spike getting ominously low. It's going to be a messy missed shot, but it doesn't matter. Sapphire once again saving the team's bacon here. But I like to, I was with you. I was like, they're trying to draw out this utility. Oh, wait, no, they are just going for it. And I like that they tried to force that hell fight. Unfortunately, actually backfires, and they end up losing and, well, coming out worse on that fight, going into a 3v2 and going eye for an eye. Doesn't put them in great standing, but they bring it close. They make it an expensive round, but it doesn't even matter. End of the half, 9-3. NASR, they really wanted to have found something more on that attacking side.
Yeah, and 3 when you're going onto the defense, this is... I don't want to say that it's a nail in the coffin, but the grave is being dug for this map, right? All that we can hope for NASR Ignite on this map, and potentially for the entire series, is that 9-3 curse. And what needs to happen is they need to win this, they need to win the anti-eco, and they have to win the bonus. That's what we need for this 9-3 curse to actually come alive. But it's so difficult, because this attack side on Haven G2, they're so comfortable here.
Yep, we've seen it. The information game is going to cause them to play maybe a little bit slower than some of the other teams that we'd see, but it doesn't really matter because now they've got going. That's the call to action. The smokes are down. They are having to just wait out a couple of these stuns as well, and that's going to allow Tokamai to just fire a couple of shock bolts in, try whittle down some damage, and actually Amy scratched a bit by it. And they're hesitating. Petra's managed to get herself into a really advanced position here. So they are just trying to make NASR uncomfortable. Get them to shift around a little bit. Maybe question whether they're even still going here. Pop slightly closer and whittle that timer down. This recon bolt, that's going to be an issue, but it doesn't even get fired. Petra taken down immediately. That was their surprise element. Rescue tries fighting out of this corner, but it's not going to work. Only good for one, but G2 Mimi, there's the double down that we've talked about. She has been the difference maker in these fights, and that is the window of opportunity for them to get the spike down. Sapphire trying so hard to fight here, but beautiful angle, and they had the crossfire established there, but it's messy.
It's definitely messy, but when it gets down to those messy moments, G2's fundamentals, their experience, come on through. Rescue's a little bit far ahead of everyone else. Mimi peaks a little bit too early, but everyone else is there for the trades, right? They're rushing into site to rejoin and refight as much as possible. And now, G2, they've got a pretty good buy. I'm expecting Vanya to hopefully get dropped something, but no, okay, she goes for the Bulldog. She's going for the full buy into this round as well. G2, they want to start to make this impossible to come back from. We're looking at a potential 11-3 here, and NASR Ignite, their consistency, they need to start to peak above it.
Absolutely. And that's going to be an opening pick, and it's not even one of the rifles that does it. Rescue through the smoke, spotted it, predicted the angle, and that is a beautiful shot, quite frankly. And now 3 players left to try defend from this 11th. Every round getting closer and closer. And you know how they said, it's not a nail in a coffin yet, but they're digging the grave. G2's making NASR dig their own grave. This is what we're watching right now. It's dark, it's grim. NASR, they need to dig deep to find something here. Because there's not much to defend left on this round. They've got little to no map control, no knowledge. They're heading over towards CG2, and there's nothing there to stop them. And G2 EMEA just doubles down again. And that's it. The attention's been drawn over to A, and even if they had anything to save there, you know, it's all over and done.
It is, yeah, no, and like that was a really, really nice look from Amy. She got herself inserted so heavily after taking down Tokamite in the very, very early round. And then we saw Petra supporting her for quite a while, making sure she was okay, making sure no one was down long. And that gave her the timing to realize, okay, I can now go aggressive. But now she's pinged, she's heard, she knows where Luxie is, the trip is broken, and I'm imagining Luxie's head soon after. Amy with a 4K on this Cypher. She didn't buy a gun.
I was hoping that with the paranoia, because they saw each other, I was like, oh, paranoia's come through. Are we going to see the knife? But I think better safe than sorry. Just stick with the ghost there. But no, just didn't need to buy anything there and still got the most kills in the round. Stunning stuff. But that's the thing that we talk about. G2 setting each other up. Everyone can get these kills, regardless of what weapon they're wielding, but they set each other up so nicely. Here we go. Paranoia comes through. I expected the knife, but just jump around a little bit. Put the fear of God in your enemies before you take them down. And here we go, Rescue just jumping straight on in, and that's the whole of Garage just being cleared there. A little bit of a one-way to contend, which is scary, but the fast lanes, that is going to be the key to breakthrough. The Cypher traps, we talked about it, that's the Neon counter, and it is going to lead to Rescue's demise, but so much information and space taken, the rest of G2's just piling on into this site.
Yeah, and Amy getting the first kill onto NASR Ignite there with the Vandal. She was able to buy it up because she saved that round and got 4 kills. That's so much money in the bank for her. And now you can see NASR Ignite, they're having to reclear out towards mid. There's 2 people. They should get spotted by this drone. At least one of them will. But because it's Vanya, they think this could be a lurker. And they see Vanya jumping away. They don't know Petra's still here. There's a contract reclear of Garage. That's where Vanya's going. Meanwhile, Mimi could just walk this spike up towards C, completely solo if she wanted.
That could be the possibility, but it looks like they want to reinforce this, deliver that spike safely. Smoke coming through at just the right time to be a little bit of a pain in the backside because Nami's got a line of sight on this. They disrespect the smoke. It's going to be problematic, but the neural theft, they're going to know she's there. They can account for it. The fault line in her face, but Marty unaccounted for, gets 2, going for more, and the recon bolt's perfect, spots Amy out as well, and now Petra wondering where it all went wrong. We talked about that beautiful thorn in the side here, and now it's suddenly that thorn that needs to do it all, but Luxie is looking, and G2, they have to still do a little bit more here. NASR still kicking.
Yeah, NASR's shutting down the bonus of G2 there really, really well. And like immediately having Rescue going down that early allows Marty to go this aggressive, right? And this is what the Neon wants to be doing. As soon as you realize where this spike is going, as soon as you have a suspicion, right? As soon as you see that Neural Theft coming over towards C, the Neon can sprint on over and flood retake onto this C site. And that's where she is best. Running in, catching people off guard. The timings are so different when you have that Neon just sprinting in. But G2, they can still buy up here. Vanya, okay, only a Bulldog. She did buy that round up into a, I think it was a Vandal for her. But now Mimi Marty, this first battle.
It's a nice battle, but Rescue with 2, it looked like it could be redeemed. However, that's not going to be the case. NASR, they are backed into a corner, and of course, that's when they get dangerous. Petra, last one left alive. It's going to be a difficult round, but she does have the spike on back. If she can clear out Tokamite here, buys herself a window of opportunity, but alas, just a little bit quicker. Sova v Sova battle not going her way. And that's a 5th round, but NASR, they still need to double their rounds to come back, but they're starting to show signs of this cohesion, and they've managed to whittle down the economy of G2 here.
Yeah, they have. This is going to be an eco round for G2, but It's an eco round with sheriffs and crucially with this neon ult, right? And this neon ult is it's essentially there to help prop up the eco. And when you're attacking, you can just sprint down A long, and that's exactly when NASR Ignite are sending 3 people. So this fight might decide this round.
That recon bolt is going to be lovely as well. Spots out 1, and they've got to know there's more. But Rescue just tearing through the map, splits it in 2, decides to go for a little bit more, is caught by the bolt there. And that's going to slow her progress down. She's running out of charge, so she really needs to find this kill. Gets the first, and that's the recharge. Can now alleviate the pressure with the second kill, and Vanny has found one in the meantime. That's an upgrade and a weapon picked up as well. So even if she runs out of ult charge here, she does have the ability to continue this fight in style. Sapphire, she's looking down. It's a perilous jump ahead of her, especially with Mimi watching underneath. And suddenly, NASR completely ruined by this neon ult.
Yeah, and I mean, beautiful play with it as well to go up through B like that. It's so surprising, it's shocking, and the paranoia is good. It allows Sapphire to peek off, but paranoia fades too quick in the slide from Rescue to shut out the round. The Thrifty with a 4K on this neon, and this is the Turkish prodigy affinity that rose up out of almost nowhere. She joined Nip Lightning. That was her first ever official team. They were her first officials in main event. G2 picks her up, and she runs on this fairy tale story where we might finally be seeing a perfect group stage from G2 for the first time since they won champs.
And looking this strong going further into the tournament, is anyone going to be able to stop this? You can see the confidence in their play. And yes, sometimes they have issues with this overconfidence. Ooh, camera taken out. That's going to be the info that there's a lot of presence down C long here. Rescue, however, that's a beautiful pick. Garage is there's spots just as the fast lanes comes up, and it's not going to protect her as Sapphire gets that kill. And that's suddenly a little bit more of a job on their hands, and Sapphire fighting from the back of the site alone. Reinforcements are slow to join her, and look at that as well. Vanny are going to stop anyone going around the world to help out as well. Hunter's Fury and Last Ditch, desperate effort to keep them in this map, in this game. And Lucy can hear everything, and this flash is going to be important, but the issue is there's so many people, it's not going to catch them all. And this shot dart going to cause issues, forces her out, forces the fight. And now look at that, barrier from behind. And if the Rolling Thunder wasn't going to do it, the Rifles sure as hell were. And that is an incredible way to stamp themselves on this series. G2 13-5 on NASR's map pick. We've never seen them play Haven, not in a long time. And this is the way to show us how it's done.
Yeah, like G2 turn up to this and they say, okay, we might ban it, we might float it sometimes, but you cannot pick this map against us. We are confident, we will play aggressive, and we will allow you to expend your utility and then take advantage of everything afterwards. G2 just looked so good here. And there were, like you called it, moments of brilliance from NASR, from everyone, right? Sapphire, from Marty, the opening kills, the closing of rounds was great. And G2 only with 10 first bloods. This means that they were still fighting back from deficits and still winning in those deficits.
And I think it's also quite interesting having a look at the number of post plants as well. We just really didn't get to see a whole lot of these post plants. G2, however, even when they were, their crossfires and their setups for these post plants were awesome. They always had 2 people alive, which made it so difficult for anyone to stop a defuser here as well. We did see a clutch coming out from NASR. Of course, we've talked time and time again. Sapphire is just so hot on the trigger. Seems like the pressure just makes her even stronger.
Yeah.
But it felt like a G2 map every step of the way there. Our MVP of the map is going to be Rescue. I don't think there was any doubt there as well. The aggression, impeccable. And even on the rounds that she was, maybe not getting that opening pick and was dying fairly early, she was getting a lot of info. Her ability to retreat from situations as well. What's up with that? The fact that she gets put into these situations, fully flashed, there's smoke everywhere, throw a stun onto it, still escapes with her life.
Yeah, and it's partly the discipline, right? You want a duelist that can go in and get you 33.3 first blood percentage. You want a duelist that can do that can just open up rounds and close them. Having the discipline to back off when you're at a numbers advantage, when you've gotten yourself into a good situation, that is what makes the best duelists. Being able to win in the early, play back, and then fight again in the late, and close out rounds yourself. That's the grid. That's what makes the greatest duelists. And I think Rescue, she's only been in G2 for this year, but she's looking like she might be up there as one of the greatest.
I could not agree with you more. I am so excited to see how she does going into, of course, everything that comes in the future, because they've already qualified to go on further. Now, we talked about this. We will be seeing plenty more of the G2 goes and line up for the rest of the year, quite frankly, and that's really exciting. You talked about how she came from the ninjas in pajamas. Some might say she was rescued and she's rescuing them now. And I'm very excited. And aggression like that, it's awesome to see, especially with that Neon as well, because you could just front and center. That's all that matters. You take those fights before they're ready. We talked about how they drew out that utility early on. She was ahead of a lot of it as well. They were trying to stop her, and she just didn't care. She just kept running. Insane scenes. And it's plays like that that just make me love this scene so much.
Yeah, no, and I mean, if we're going to continue talking about her for a second, about her regression, how good she is at that, Bind.
Ooh.
Raise Q. She's going to be on that raise, and she's going to be doing the same level of aggression that we've seen again. Vanya, she's going to be back on that Omen. It's one of her best agents up there. I mean, her Harbor on Abyss, incredible. Kind of sad we don't get to see that today, I can't lie. But it all comes down to this Bind. And NASR Ignite, their Bind in the past, they were playing this kind of like Deadlock, Breach, Gecko style composition. It didn't work so well for them, basically. They could make it work. We've seen styles like that work. The Breach on Bind, especially for playing with something like a Gecko to play around the traps, it can be really, really good. But I'm hoping that they've worked on it since the last stage, because they need to stop and shut down Rescue, and stop and shut down everyone else following up after her as well.
Exactly. But I think it is time that we take a little bit of a break, go get some snacks and some drinks, and get ready for map number 2, Bind, because it is going to be explosive and incredible. So don't go anywhere. You are not going to want to miss map number 2.
There they are. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy
Cage trigger.
One enemy. Long. C. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. Heads up. One enemy remaining.
Hello and welcome back, wonderful people. Map number 1 was a little bit of a one-sided affair here. G2 storming their way through Haven. Now, Bind is on our hands, and it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle here for NASR. They need to win 2 maps, and this would have been a really nice series for them to win to secure themselves a spot in playoffs and not just this tiebreaker. Alas, that is not how the cookie crumbled, and we are here on map number 2, Bind. They have to try get it done if they want to see a third and decider map.
Yeah, they do. And if they want to have a chance of continuing on, or a more comfortable chance of continuing on, they want to get 1 map in this series. Because against Carmine Corp have been looking very strong this split. They're quite scary. So if they lose against Carmine Corp and they don't win a map here today, then they cannot make those playoffs. They need to win 2 maps. And it's got to start here at Bind. So Bind, we said it's going to be tricky before the break, right? It's going to be a difficult map for them to go up against. So we'll have to see. I trust that they've got something cooked. We haven't seen it from them in a while. So there's a chance there's something good here.
True that. And it's a map that G2 goes in. There's a reason they picked it. They're really good on. They've had great results. They 13-4 Carmine Corp. They 13-5'd odd one out. That's really, really good stats. That's not something to laugh at all. And that should really scare NASR here. But hopefully that fear, that passion is going to be what gets them excited, gets them in the server and in the game mentally and ready to go. But I believe that we have our agent selects ready. I am curious to see if we see anything funky come up, because we do sometimes see some interesting agents play. We sometimes see Mimi on this Gecko, and that is exactly what we are going to get to witness here. Petra on the Sky, another staple of the team. Quite curious about Luxie on the Deadlock here, an agent that I think by almost everyone's standard, it didn't really find their footing in the game on any map, really. So very curious to see how they're looking to play her here, especially starting on the attack side.
And they chose to start on the attack side.
Yes.
This was G2's pick, so NASR Ignite, knowing the composition they're wanting to play, chose to start on the attack side.
Very
so
weird.
What they're going to be looking for here is they're going to be looking to hard exec onto sites quickly. They don't have refreshing smokes. They don't have that Gecko utility. They don't have, something like an Omen with those refreshing smokes as well. So they have to be dashing onto site quickly, using Marty to take the space, and then having Luxie prop up that space with those sound sensors, stopping people from coming in for the retakes with those walls, with those grav nets. Is that what it's called? I think it's called a grav net.
I think they're called I'll be honest with you. The fact that we don't fully know the proper names of the utility speaks to how little we see Deadlock.
Yes.
Because she just, by all accounts, just never really got picked. She looked really overpowered when we first saw her announced, and then everyone started playing her, and we were a bit like, okay, maybe she's not good.
Yeah, but I've got to say, Bind and Ascent, they're the 2 maps where we see her sometimes. And I quite like her on the defense on Bind, I'll be honest, especially outside of Hookah or over towards B.
Yeah.
When paired up with a Cypher, it can be incredibly scary. And whilst we've got 2 Sentinels on NASA's side, they don't have that Viper because they've gone for that double Senti comp. G2, they have no Sentinel, right? So there's that key differences on this defensive side. G2 are going to have to be playing off of their skilled utility together as a team for it to work. And they're starting with both initiators out towards B.
I like this as a play a lot. And Amy, she's got the Molotov ready. I'm waiting. Actually, just deciding to do it with the smoke. Nope. There we go. There's the smoke coming through. That's the thing with the double smokes is that there's so much ability to deny any space and stop them pushing onto their sites, you know. It makes the disrespecting them so much scary. And Vania, lovely opening pick. Mimi has been cut off from the rest of the map here. Can still kind of engage in the fight, but there's not really much that she can do to help her teammates. And actually, G2 probably wondering where half of their team went.
Yeah, half the team is gone, and unless they can take down this wall, G2, they're funneled out through this awkward choke into lamps, and this is difficult to get through when you've got 3 people in this crossfire over here. With the Dizzy, it's good.
Last player standing.
Ooh, isolating the fight's only able to get the first, however, Banami, Tokamite, they stick together in lamps, trusting that that wall, the moment it goes down, they can then focus attention elsewhere. But that's a really good round to be winning because, of course, they lost both pistols and they couldn't get a foothold in the early half on map number 1. So this is a lot better of a start already. Not even sure what happened, but at the start of the round, they just decimate G2's defenses. And that's the way to get it going. However, they need to convert on this. They can't be affording to throw any of these weapons away because even G2, they can get aggressive, find an early pick something up. We know that they can spiral this quickly. But they are just gambling over towards A, having a nosy towards Link, but does look like they're just going to be ships passing in the night.
Yeah, G2 going for the trademark push A short on your eco strat, which I think everyone has always done for the entirety of this map existing. So we're just going to get a quick exec out towards B. We see a little bit of the utility that we can expect NASR Ignite to use on their execs next time. So let's keep an eye on that. Let's see where those Dragonets go, where those dogs goes, if they keep the same smokes. And now, they're going to start to get suspicious. No one's breaking that wall over in spawn. Oh, they're coming on the flank.
Exactly. A lot of pressure is going to be applied over here, and Sapphire just lines them up. I was going to say, Petra, maybe a lot of pressure, not for very long. They said, let me help you out with that one, just the rest of this round out. Rescue lining up the nade here. Not sure where for. Maybe just to deny anyone trying to leave the site. But really, I don't even know if that's going to be the case, because they're all just going to head down long, hop in the portal.
Yeah, and that's it. The round is over just as it starts. G2 down to the spike. No ult orbs over, or minimal ult orbs over to NASR Ignite. But crucially for them, Nami. 3 orbs away from this orbital strike. If they can get an ult orb, a kill, and a plant onto Nami, that orbital strike and the post-spawn, layered up with things like this deadlock, make it so difficult to play into that retake.
Good start. This is, however, going to be the real challenge, because now the weapons are online, and that's when, you know, G2 won the pistol. They had weapons immediately. I think we only saw them eco once after that, actually. So NASR never really had to, you know, worry too much on that front. But G2, they've got the weapons. This is going to be scary, but not going to be able to find anything. Vania is going to get caught by the grav net there, and is having to use both of her quick steps to get away from there. But held at bay by the smokes. They've all gathered up and are ready. There's the ult orb, we talked about it. Not able to find the kill just yet, but still early in the round.
And they're pausing, they're cutting noise for a little bit of time, but it's not really enough time to give G2 too much of a concern. They're happy, especially because Tokamite just cleared out the entirety of showers, so they're going to exec right into this paranoia.
That paranoia is impeccable, but doesn't even matter because Luxie still gets the kill. Rescue can't even escape from the corner. Burns alive, and now Mimi, so much weight on her shoulders here. There's the first shoot, the blast fuck out midair. Not seen that before. Now he gets the kill, and there we go. That's it. The plant coming on through, and that's the orbital strike. The conditions you said were needed, every one of them met. Now, Amy, this wall causing so many problems, splits her and Petra up and forces this really awkward angle and fight there. And actually, Petra's just trapped.
Yeah, and this is so difficult to break through. You can see Amy, honestly, I think she's thinking of saving this. She's just going to try and walk away. If she can keep Petra alive too, then that's going to be great. But Petra, oh, she's been spotted and she's been taken down. Sapphire with the Guardian. Way too clean. And we saw this from G2 over on Haven. When you start to build this momentum up, if you win on your bonus round, things start to look so good for you and so bad for the other teams. And that's when they're showing us what they can do with this deadlock, with the stall potential. And crucially, G2, because they didn't really get a chance to retake that. Toka dying is not ideal, but I don't think she had a great gun, so it's fine. But because there was no real retake there, Nami's orbital strike, it's still in play. So if they can keep that going for yet another round, that's going to look so good. And the paranoia, like you called out, was so good. Everyone was up close. And paranoia, it's not a full blind, right? It's a near sight. So if you're fighting up close and personal like that, actually, Vanya's not in a huge advantage.
Yeah, that's it's a tough one, and actually a really nice start here from NASR if they can keep this rolling. That one saved rifle on EMEA is going to have to do numbers if they want to find anything here. Although, Sheriffs, we've talked about it, it's the typical game changer Sheriffs. We see it all of the time, so I'm not willing to count them down and out just yet. The ult economy not looking amazing for them either, so this does look like a run-of-the-mill eco with a little bit of a booster. There comes the orbital strike. It's not really going to clear anyone out. They had pushed far enough for it to be an issue there. Petra gets a kill, but Nami's found one as well. Sapphire with another. And now the neural theft is going to figure out where they're all hiding. Second bleep coming on through there, and that does mean that Luxie can just push on forward. It is going to be stopped there by the mosh pit. That's giving them a bit more space and time to work with. Mimi has just had a bit of a dance with death as she looks Lucky in the eyes. That defuse has got to come on through. Kills go both ways there, but in the end, NASR, they managed to find the kills. They managed to make sure that there's no retake. And a little bit of a weird round there.
Yeah, NASR Ignite, they looked okay, right? And as they were executing out towards site, it looked pretty solid. They tapped the spike to bait out the utility, specifically that nade from Rescue, which was really nice. But then they used the orbital strike over towards Showers, up against an eco, and then they didn't take the space correctly off the back of it. They had a solo fight out towards backside where I think it was Vanya got the sheriff kill off the back of that because it was a solo fight. And it maybe a little bit of miscommunication there from NASR, maybe not realizing G2 would be on an eco round, or they're just trying to secure it. But I think it was a little bit early in the round, really. Now, though, Marty, she knows Petra's been stunned up. She can push in quickly. A little bit of spam here. This could destroy Petra, and she's still slowed.
Yeah, this is going to cause some problems. The nade, that's even more of a problem because it's very difficult for her to escape. Does manage to, but that's the shield gone and 63 HP. And suddenly, it's a very slow start for NASR, and they have to rethink all of their plans. They've got a lot of space, however, over towards B. They've got Link completely under their control. However, G2, they've not heard anything in a while. They can just jump on over, try take this fight to them. And they're reinforcing B already. The read is so good.
It is, and this is partly thanks to that wriggler up towards A short. They're just contacting. And G2, they did this on their eco, but they're doing it again now. So if they can keep advancing this, if they can pressure this flank very quickly, that's going to cause NASR to really have to rush and to take CT. But the deadlock ult finds nothing. We don't see anyone get caught up by that, and the exec, it comes out towards site once again. It's a little bit different, but Sapphire opening up once again.
There's another kill. Marty, Nami with one each, and Sapphire, why not add a third to the tally? And it's all over in a matter of seconds there. And both Ek and I look at each other very confused at how it spiraled and snowballed that quickly and that far. And G2, this is not the team that we saw over on map number 1.
Yeah, no, they gave up their flank as well. They decided to go through the TP, which is going to be more expected, right? They didn't even go forward and break the trip of Sapphire to then put that pressure on the flank. Instead, they just TP'd into her with their guns. And I don't know, it feels like G2, they didn't know they were going to play against this comp, I think. And they don't really have the protocol set up of how they wanted to play against it. They're breaking the traps correctly, but it's another A short push, and it's been red.
Yeah, and here's Sophia. These grav nets, they've been doing so much work. The mosh pit actually might cause a bit of damage, forces the fight from Nami, and unfortunately is still going to get a kill off the back of it. Vanya does find one, but their life immediately taken off the back of it, and another plant, and just Amy with the sheriff, and what can you even do here? Slowly creeping on round, but this is being watched and guarded heavily by Tokamite, and she is not going to lose this gunfight. I say that actually, Marty's got the long-range angle on it as well. And 6 rounds already. And we talked about why we were curious about them picking the attacker side, and then we were curious about attacker side with Deadlock to start with. But actually, they're gonna go into the second half of that defense with a double sentinel comp, and it's gonna be strong, and everything they can get on the board now is just gonna make it even harder for G2 to find their grip.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even see NASR, they're playing around this deadlock utility on the attack side so well as well, right? They're using these grav nets as part of their executes, or even part of their kind of taking the intermediary space, that first space over towards A short. Using the grav net, you get the noise, you get that bleep off as soon as someone tries to pull it out of them so that they can stand up again. You get the information, you can then swing onto them quickly. They're using this deadlock utility really, really well, and their post plants, they're looking super clean. Yes, Luxie's traps, they usually get broken, but that still gives you information that someone is there, that someone is ready to shoot that, so we can't fight backside. If that stayed up, if that wasn't broken, maybe they could. And the ideas from NASR overall have just been really good. You can see the maximum amount of kills from G2 is 3 on Vanya. And when you see that the max amount of kills is 3 for G2, you know things are going so incredibly wrong. Because like we said over on Haven, all of these players are star players. That's part of this G2 team. That's part of this roster being so incredible. It's because all of them can be star players, but right now none of them are.
Yeah, the fact that your top player has the same number of kills as NASR's lowest, that's worrying. Especially on a team that we talked about having such firepower. Nice early flash and information there for G2. They've got to build something off the back of it, however. Sapphire camera clears backside, who could clear, but is immediately shot down. They do have to be a little bit wary of behind the box here. But nobody is home and waiting. Petra needs to ideally get a multi-kill here, even one, but that's not even going to matter. There's Thrash, and it's going to cause problems because it catches so many of them. Can't even escape into the portal there. Tokamite with 2. And everything should have gone Mimi's way there, but it doesn't. And Vanya left to pick up the pieces. There's the first kill. Needs a bit more, but it's being chased down by utility. Flash, stun, blinded, all of the above. Sapphire gets the kill, and suddenly Rescue needs to save the day.
And instead, she's just going to save.
As she should.
Yeah, and she spots the trip, watching the flanks. People will know where she is if she breaks it. But even if she heads out this way, there's another one watching caves. She is trapped between the team and all of their trips. And this is just looking so good for NASR, right? Tokamite, as soon as we heard that Thrash being popped, as soon as the Sharks ran over towards B-Long, Tokamite pulled back so that she wouldn't get caught. So even if someone like Marty, even if Luxie or Sapphire or Nami did get caught, she was then able to push forward and stop Mimi from getting those kills. And they knew Mimi was by herself, right? Because they spotted the Brim over towards backside because of Sapphire and Hookah. So they knew that it was just Mimi. So that if she was pulling over to play off the back of her Thrash, she was alone. She would be fighting by herself. Like, these little things from NASR, they look so clean on this map. And they understand how G2 are going to play and how they should play against it.
Alright, this is really bad luck and really poor form from me, but I'm going to call it because premonition time. If this keeps up, we could very easily just see a 13-0 because G2's not even getting close to rounds at the moment. That's the issue. Is we said that there's no pressure on them to win. We were still kind of expecting them to come into their map pick looking way stronger than this. But their economy is messy. We're getting towards the end of the half and they've not found anything. First opening pick we've seen from them in a while. So maybe I called it way too soon. There's still time for NASR, however, to bring this round back. They are walking into a fairly stacked up site here, but they get the fight, they get the pick there onto Petra. There's the stim beacon to try push through and the neural theft as well to back them up. The nade, that's going to do absolute huge numbers, but it doesn't matter. They're going to run ahead of it, stay ahead of it. Rescue spots so many, not even sure where to look. Run on down here. There goes the skies. They open on up. It's not going to find anyone. There's a little bit of damage from the Molotov. And Marty just waiting, hoping someone tries to stop this plant. Running out of time on the rocket fuse, might just launch it anyway, and almost does actually catch out Vanya there. But it's a 2v2. They've got the spike down. Needs to find a pick here. The smoke, the one-way, gonna cause a little bit of issues, maybe for both sides here. Information denied. Mosh pit is gonna be huge because it stops them picking on out. And there's the jump up onto the box. Mimi with the sheriff. It's nice, but they're running out of time. All Marty has to do is stall there, but gets the kill, and has time for the defuse. The 30 that I predict. You know what? Maybe it's a good sign. Maybe I jinxed it.
Thrifty.
And I'm glad because G2 needed a little bit of luck to get themselves back into this. And it's a thrifty, mind you.
Yeah, it's a thrifty, and that's all off the proactivity, right? They had that one hero rifle on rescue, so they thought, okay, let's be proactive, let's look for a pick in somewhere we haven't. So peek out towards Sands, get that pick, back off, play together, play your discipline. As soon as that neural theft popped, though, I thought the map should have been in NASR's hands. But the way that G2 were dancing around that B site, playing together, trying to bait NASR forward, Tokamite took the bait, right? She ran all the way into halls over towards CT and got destroyed for it. So G2, they know how to play this map. I think that timeout a little bit late, but now the ideas are coming through.
Ideas coming through, and so are the kills. But actually, kills coming through more so for NASR here. Sapphire, just incredible with 2. Vania jumping through the teleport to get another one. Mimi, lovely call there. Gets a little bit messy, but still manages to find it. And they've given themselves a chance with the player advantage here as well. However, they have to start to worry a little bit because Tokamite has the ultimate almost online. Marty going to be spotted on out there. Gets the first. Is just going to let the crawlers continue on their path here. Stand her ground. She has to back away though. They're going to jump through the portal, and that's going to be a problem. Sound cue heard. Can Petra get ahead of it?
She should just be able to get her in time, and they might want to fight this, but she should really wait for the rest of her team. There's a little bit of utility of hers. Someone can play off the dog. They've got a flash as well. They've got the Dizzy. They've got the wingman. So if they can play together here, play off of their utility, it could be good. But the cabbages, they're going to spot everyone's over towards CT, and this elbow swing could be big.
Could be, and that's going to be the swing. Tokamite gets the first kill, and that's it. They peek one at a time. That's absolutely nuts. And NASR, they just decimated 3 versus 2, but they decide to let them take the fights one by one. And that's surely miscommunication, misplay, faux pas if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, and this is where G2, they are so good. Like, we can't say they're not. This right here, I don't want to call it a fluke that they're playing not great right now, but this is not the G2 we know and love. Something is going amiss, something is going wrong, and Toka and Marty spamming down these angles, playing off of each other. That's the fundamentals we typically see G2 doing. But it's just not there right now.
I don't know what happened between the maps. We went for a 10-minute break, and maybe G2's monitor's not quite turned back on. I'm not sure what's happened in the 10-minute break, but NASR, they are looking good, to give them their credit, because we can say G2's playing bad. NASR, they have just been also looking really nice on their own credit where it's due. Now, going to be challenged a little bit here. This is going to cause some problems. Forced off the angle. Nami's going to find Mimi with the orbital strike. There is a trade, however. And Echo's looking at me very worried.
Yeah, something must have caught onto Mimi there, because she was out of that. I think she might have been grabbed net, but no rescue. But now, rushing on in, Petra with the headshot.
Down B.
Desperately trying to dodge the Molotov, and inadvertently runs straight into Tokamite's barrel. And now this is an issue. Vania, low HP, doesn't need the health, however, because has the mechanical skill. Tokamite fighting from hookah here. Does need to get themselves onto site. They have the ability to plant here, but they decide to jump on up and take the fight, trying to secure themselves the space. But that's the issue. Peeking one at a time, that's exactly what G2 did last round, and this time, NASR makes the same mistake. G2 awarded a second round. Maybe we see the reverse of map number 1, a 9-3 to G2 here, because they've got the ults online to work with here.
Yeah, and I think that's the crucial thing, right? They could potentially start to look for the cabbages, the orbital strike as well, but they've got this Thrash. And we've seen Mimi get good value from the Thrash, but we just need to see everyone else be playing off of it as well. But we're seeing aggression on a buy round here, over towards A short, and everyone from NASR's grouped up.
Little homie is out. Thrash is going seeking, but the issue is the grab net's perfect. And if the nade wasn't going to do it, Nami was going to. And look at that, Marty. She thought she'd escape, but no so luck. But there we go. There is the capture. Just going to follow it on around. And every ultimate's in the kitchen sink thrown. Luxie is going to get the kill onto Amy there, because there's no one to stop that body, to stop the cocoon. And now Mimi left alone. And this round, it started so
Spike
well for
planted.
NASR and G2. And back and forth and back and forth. And now Mimi, so good on map number 1. The difference maker, dare I say, now has to make the difference once again. Final round of the half. There's no holds barred right now.
But all she's got to do is she's got to get something onto the spike. She's got this wingman, right? So if she can get the wingman onto the spike, she can look for the fights. The Mosh should get the stall. The wingman now can head towards the spike. Get the defuse started. Mosh pops, but the flash is coming around the corner. Can she dodge it? She gets the dodge. Wingman's didn't kill though.
Enemy remaining.
And she gets the kills! Out of nowhere!
Back kills Wingman had halved it, and that is the only reason she has time. And what a clutch coming on out there.
Last
That
round
is
before the switch.
beautiful.
It was Mimi just looking on fire, and you said that she had to be the difference maker, and she was, right? She was able to play around her utility, play around peeking. The Mosh pop was the perfect timing, but crucially, this grab net was disgusting. It shut down an entire ultimate. Yes, Marty may have been taken down afterwards
Enemy remaining.
because of the crunch coming out from Mimi at the beginning of that round. But that grab net was huge, and this is what I'm loving and starting to slowly really like about this deadlock. It's the way you can counter your opponents. But Marty going for a little bit of a fly. Rescue has to back off, and yeah, she's backing off, avoids the nade, but that's a lot of space taken from NASR in this early round.
It is, and a lot of utility drawn out there from Rez as well. Because she expended everything just to get herself out safely. And that's going to cause some problems. The Boombot's going to spot her and take her down really low as well. Rescue to the rescue. Gets a pick. And that's going to buy a little bit of space. But the Hellfire opens on Arp and Tokamite. Sapphire, they don't even need it. They get it done without. And suddenly a very difficult retake for G2. The walls, we've talked about them. And look how far it's stretching here.
The buff to it was so good, and now Amy has to face it against Sapphire. She does get this first pick, and that opens up a lot more space for her. But still, Mimi is completely separated because of this wall.
We talked about shepherd dogging and funneling them into these fights, and that's exactly what that wall's done. It's forced them to initiate that fight in showers because they have to walk past to get to the spike. And that's the issue. We can get Wingman on the spike, but the problem is there's not really much time, and there's not really many bodies left for them to sort this out with. Gets the... Well, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Gets the kill, gets the spike set off, escapes with their life to pad the stats, I guess.
And honestly, you don't even come up as a death if you died on a spike,
Exactly.
so don't really even need to pad those stats, but it's fine. NASR 9 and 3 up, and we saw the difficulty this is to come back from on Haven, right? NASR struggled. They got 2 rounds, and then that was it. That was all they could get. So G2, they've been in this position before. They know, they are experienced enough as a team to know how you need to play against this. But now they're going into a double Sentinel setup. And the Cypher actually, all the way over towards B. The trip is on A, but the Cypher's at B. And this is going to start to feed into the minds of G2. Oh, okay, if we see a trip, where is the Cypher? If the Cypher's not always with the trips, we need to be even more careful. So, Hookah, Long, first steps of control for both of these teams. And then after that, we're going to start to expand and look to execute towards the side.
Oh, this is worrying. They might be able to catch Vania off guard here, but she gets the first pick as well and almost lives to tell the tale. However, it's just a distraction. They've managed to burst onto site, but what they haven't accounted for is they did not put all of their eggs in the long basket. Marty gets a kill with the grenade as well. Mimi, Bud, straight to the face there. But Marty with the kill, and it's beautiful. And whilst the spike was down, there's plenty of time for the defuse. And NASR, stunning start to the second half.
Yeah, and I think stunning is the only word for it. You can see as soon as that bird was just flying towards her face, she didn't know what to do. She was just stuck there in that awkward situation. And Vanya opening it up again, a first kill in the favor of G2. But they still lose out the rounds. And it's these things where they just need to keep those tradings up, keep their numbers as close together as possible.
This goes here.
I like that we're seeing the Outlaw coming on through from Marty. We saw it being run rampant by Rescue on map number 1 over on Haven. I'm curious to see if now that they've got the ability to swing it their way. I've also seen a judge, which is the best weapon in the game, and I will fight anyone who disagrees. It's just the best weapon.
And they're heading straight towards it.
I know this is about to be a bloodbath, even if they clear it. And actually, their attention very divided. All it has to do is hold down the trigger. It gets two. There's the backup from Luxie as well, and they are going hunting and chasing it down. And that round over and done with. The fact that they funnel into the judge, it's just fairy tale.
It is, and it's one of those things that you keep seeing on a broadcast where they walk towards the judge, they get killed by the judge, and everyone at home is like, well, why are they walking here? Because we have the extra, obviously, right? And that's the biggest thing. Teams don't expect it to be done every single time, and doing it there, it was really nice. And now Nami, gone for the Bucky. So it's just shotguns over here for this Brim player.
But they've got to shake up where it's played. If they go and sit in hookah now, they're going to expect the exact same play. So it's a little bit further back now, which is good to see. And actually, G2 have decided that they've been put through the wood chipper enough on B. Let's have a little look at A instead then.
And they've got the gun advantage, so if they can play over towards these longer angles, that's really good for them. The wall expended there from Luxie. I like that if you're going for a trap play, if you're looking to go do something off of it. But actually, G2 have a buy. They have the rifles, they have the bullets, the ammo, the magazines to be able to break it, and then to pause, then to wait, retreat, and go fight elsewhere again. But that flash is Toka's last flash, and it spots someone out towards B long. So already Marty's being pulled over with this outlaw.
I like that. The early information, I say early, we're late into the round, but early on the offensive there does mean that they just bolster everything on the site here. There's a nice little flash coming on through, but the grav net is so good. Tokamite swings with the stinger. Petra has found a bit of an answer here, but it's only a little bit. Amy, however, that's going to be the difference kill. That gets him a bit of an advantage. Puts the pack out to try escape back into the safety of the tunnel, but isn't even going to be allowed to. Vania dancing around the boxes. Gonna get one, but that's all she is good for. And now Mimi and Petra, they have the spike, but they have been pushed very far off site here. And Sapphire, an unknown entity in the wind, just crawling away. And as that smoke fades, has got a difficult fight on her hands, actually peeking into two of them. And Petra is watching and waiting. And G2, they managed to find themselves another round, but again, it's slow clawing back.
It is, and they lost a lot of players there, right? So they can't full buy up everyone's rifles, everyone's full shields, everyone's utility, because they had 3 die. And that rule of 3, that puts G2 into a little bit of a tricky spot where, depending on how NASR want to play this, they should have the advantage. But crucially, what I love from G2 there is the way that they scaled up. They scaled slowly. It wasn't a hard utility-based execute. They scaled together, working off of each other. And Vanya popping out the smoke at just the right time was perfect. But Amy, she's going to be peeking into 2. The spam through the wall gets her a little bit low, but she can back off. So it's not too concerning. And so does everyone else from NASR. We reset this round. And this nade, I'm assuming that's off of the trip, but nothing was found. So the smoke goes down. She should probably start to back off. And the bolster is now back over towards B with the double sentinel.
Yep, slowly chipping away at that barrier to allow them passage into garden. They've managed to get that kill and Link. We could have seen a little bit more aggression heading on up, but they've decided to play it safe. They are in no rush. The win condition is solely on G2's shoulders. Amy opening pick, there's a nice one, but the Seekers, the Cabbages, they come on out here for G2 just to nail this one home. Boombot likely to fall before anything is spotted. Tokamite has found a kill there, and Luxie just watching as the Boombot falls to pieces right before our very eyes, but Mimi's got 2 in the meantime. And suddenly Luxie on their lonesome, on site, has got a nice little angle here that she can work with, might be able to catch Rescue off guard, but watching that Spike's just headed elsewhere.
Yeah, and okay, yes, they maybe forgot the spike, but they got the kills, so it doesn't matter too much. They can go pick it up, bring it over towards the site, and get the spike planted. And now all Luxie can really do is just hold, is just save and wait. So what matters next is whether or not G2 can then take this advantage, this momentum, and start to really run with it, right? They've got the Thrash online. If they can keep moving with this thrash, that's going to look really good for them. But they have to keep the momentum going. They cannot let NASR Ignite get to 12.
No, the 12 is the dreaded point because they've still got a little bit of wiggle room. If something goes wrong, there's a bit of a miscommunication, a silly early pick. They still have that tiny, and we cannot emphasize that enough, tiny little buffer here of 1 round. They get to 12 and suddenly there's nothing, no room to breathe, no errors, no contingency, no leniency, none of those fancy words, nothing for them to work with. However, at the moment, they've got this opportunity. Timeout being called from NASR because I think they've realized this as well. They need 1 more. That's all they need to get to this map point and to see sunset on the horizon. However, G2, they're starting to make these nice plays and they're starting to look a little bit stronger and better and figure out, you know, where the weaknesses and the cracks are. And actually, there's just not been too much of a response yet. Their economy starting to look in a better place as well. So this is where it's the turning point for G2 and they need to stop that.
Yeah, no, exactly. And this timeout is called at that right time as well, because like you say, they need to put a stop to it now, but they've still got that second timeout. Right, they're using this one so early in the half. They didn't use the last one in the last half, so they can afford this. They can use this one now, and then if G2 do happen to keep pushing this momentum forward, if they can push it up to, you know, 8, 9, that's when NASR Ignite they start to get worried again. So they can call for their own their second timeout, and that can be their push up to 12. So really, all I really want from NASR Ignite is to start building up towards their ultimates. They have so many high impact ults on their side. I really want them to just start to build up towards them. Because if they can get the Orbital Strike, if they can get the Deadlock ult, if they can get the Showstopper, the Seekers, all of those ults will have such a huge impact on the later rounds, especially on their defense. That's when they can really start to put, you know, get up to 12 and finish this map.
Exactly. Very, very slow start on this one. Actually, nobody willing to peek anywhere. Nobody showing any face. And very limited contact anywhere because, of course, gamble stack over towards A here. Might pay off, might not, because we're just seeing everyone have a little bit of a lie-in today.
Yeah, just waiting, just patient. Honestly, G2, you can see they're set up to counter that A short aggression. The spike is over towards B, so that if there is a short aggression, they can run away, get the spike, head to B. But instead, there's nothing. It's silence from NASR Ignite, and a martial shot to the body. Just going to push Rescue back, but she's got the Sky, she's got Petra. Get regened up to 100 health. Yes, it's still a one-shot to that Marshall, but to everyone else, it's not going to be death.
Nice little heal up. We don't get to see healing very often in Valorant, do we?
Yeah, it's not Overwatch, thank God.
It's not Overwatch, yeah, true. No mercy here. But we said talk about over towards B. They didn't get any aggression over on either side, and they figured that maybe this might be a little bit of a nice spot to push. And actually, they found a bit of weakness. Thrash has found a bit of a tripwire that's going to be causing them some issues. But Luxie, lovely kill. The tripwire just illuminates Petra. In the meantime, Spike goes down because, of course, that gamble stack, its gamble doesn't pay off on this one. Weapon swapping going on. Luxie with the lower health, giving her the sniper rifle. As the maneuverability a little less amazing here, but the crossfire from Garden and Rescue here is going to cause some problems, especially with that smoke, giving them a bit of protection from behind.
A lot of damage done, but it's just stall at the end of the day. NASR Ignite, they've got this two-pronged approach. If Nami can find something with Rescue so low, it could be all, but no, it's nothing. And it's just Vanya cleaning up on site. It's so easy for her. I like that deadlock wall, right? It pushes off the elbow players. If someone's on elbow trying to get towards the spike, trying to play crossfires, they're pushed off with that deadlock wall. So the ideas are here for the retake, but I think it's not fully fleshed out enough. But now they've got ults online. They should have a nice little full buy. Okay, they've got the Guardian on Sapphire, but honestly, for her, with the shots she's done today, that's basically a full buy. So now it's all about these ultimates. How well can they use them?
This is a nice spot.
Yeah, lots of them available, and to be honest with you, you want to be using them now, because if G2 do keep spiraling, you're going to want to get them back online as soon as possible. And even if they don't, you secure yourself a 12th round, and that puts you ever closer as well. There is no point holding on to them right now. Marty on that operator has a lovely angle here for anyone that dares to peek her. Has the eyes in the sky there on the Cypher cam just to back her on up. Over to B once again, it seems that we head.
And they're just going to keep crawling, but I like what NASR are doing. They're pushing proactively out of showers, and it's unexpected. Amy gets caught, but Petra's there for the trade. And the stim beacon sends the bullets awry. Petra getting the trade back and putting her team into this advantage now. Tokamite spotted out. So these Seekers, they're popped. They have to be popped to alert the players over towards A if the execute's coming. And it's quite obvious at this point it is.
Yep, obvious indeed. And Marty just desperately trying to figure out where to stand. But, you know, there's one flash and there's a dart as well. Why not pile it on up? And there we go, even spotted, crouching down with the shorty, just trying to find something, anything, please, a bit of room to work with here. But look at that, after all of it, just taken down by Sapphire from the side there. Vania trying to dodge out of the way of the nade, is going to do so successfully, but with limited health. But it's a 2v1, that spike is still going, and it's starting to tick. Tokamite has to try isolate these fights, and it's not one that's going to be easy to do. That paranoia forcing her back, and knows that she's in the smoke. And there's the first of the fights as well. The swing and the trade not coming through, and suddenly getting a little bit scary. Vania has to do it all, but here's the stomping, and there's the 7th, and G2, they're getting themselves back into this. Massive credit to them. They have stayed and staved off map points round after round.
They have, and honestly, NASR, they only used one ultimate to try and secure that round, and that round was crucially important for them. You see Sapphire back down here onto a Marshall. The buy for NASR Ignite is going to be awful in this round, and it's going to put them into this tough situation where the momentum fully in G2's favor, it's going to start to snowball. They're going to have the money. They start to have the ultimates, and they don't have to use them that often. So NASR need to put a stop to this. They need to stop the bleeding. And using their ults, most likely, to try and even up this economy diff.
Massively, because the economy is something that they didn't think they would probably need to sort of figure out there. They had such a lead, and they figured even if we get pushed back to another eco, you know, it's only one, and suddenly one turns into 2, turns into 4 rounds away. The GravNet once again causing so many issues, but the counter showstopper both getting 1 apiece here. And problems starting to arise here for G2. Player disadvantage. There's the flashbang, and there is the orbital strike. That's going to force them off, and they know that they've got a bit of room to work with there. Marty forced away as well. And suddenly Amy, lovely angle, has 2 fights on her hands here. 1 in lamps and 1 coming from spawn. Nami as well, trying to throw her hat into the occasion. Not quite able, I say, to spot the back, but does indeed. Stops the plant going on down. And there is 12. There is the map point that we have been teased with and tormented with for so many rounds. And G2, they're good, but they need to make sure that they can put that momentum back on track immediately. It's been derailed. The timeout called. This is to try figure out how they keep going as if the last round didn't happen.
Yeah, leader needs to come in here with a plan. Needs to allow the players to discuss how they want to play around, because you're right. So far, it's all been on G2's side, right? Since the pistol, since the anti-ego, they've looked so strong. But that round there, that was a thrifty, and that's not only a round that you don't want to lose because of the economy, because of your money, the guns, but also just for your mental. Being thrifty never feels good. But what NASR did there was perfect, right? They used their ults to kind of supplement out the lower economy that they had and try and secure the round. And they also pulled ultimates out of G2 whilst doing that. The orbital strike was used, and that ult on the attack side is so important as part of the reach of this really aggressive composition in the late round. That stall, that kind of defuse denial is gone now.
Be curious to see one more ultimate still currently lying in wait here for NASR. If we have a look, there's nothing even remotely available for G2 here. They are going to need to try keep getting this done with just the rifles. And fortunately, that's not been their strong suit on this map. Usually, works very well in their favor. But alas, it is going to be just the guns getting it done. And with Mimi getting bam, down so low off the back, and Amy not even able to help out with the fight there. Toyed with the idea of putting down the smoke, is just going to have to take the fight. There's the first one. They peek one by one, but Nami with the trade. 4v4 on the map. And it's a bit of a diversion. A now empty here. It's the B site that NASR's got to worry about. That wall. Again, so much heavy lifting.
Yeah. The stall of it is so good, and the information it provides because you know that people are there. But then there's this secondary layer of these sound sensors, of these trips, that are just going to be so difficult to push in through. But the execute utility is coming on through as we've seen before. And yes, losing Amy is bad, but you still got Vanya's smokes. So the exec eventually going to come on through, but the Gravenet's going to keep stalling this. NASR, they want to win this. They want to end it here.
There we go. We've got one in the cocoon and is going to be taken down. However, Petra, Vanya both with one, saving their teammate from Luxie's ultimate there. And locked out of the site currently are NASR. Another smoke is going to be needed at some point because Tokamite's got a bit of a window of opportunity here. A hard angle to clear with Rescue toying and dancing with the devil. Has to push on forward, has a flash available for her, but she's going to peek it dry. Gets the first kill as well, but as we said, the crossfires from G2 look good. Nobody able to go down without an immediate call to response there. Sapphire, however, the clutch queen, clutch minister, gets the first, but put down by Petra. And G2, we talked about it, they're going to need to do it without anything else but these guns. They've actually made something quite nice for themselves. Mimi's got that thrash coming online, and NASR, they're on the back foot once again.
Yeah, you can see the players immediately wanted to go for the force, but they've realized it's just not worth it. So 2 marshals online. The hero rifle, or at least the hero vandal for Nami, was Tokamite's got that bulldog in tow. But like you said, there's no ultimates that close. Yes, you got the neural theft, and the neural theft can provide a lot of value, but it's not that high impact ultimate. It's conditional. And so's the marshal. You want to hit that headshot. No such luck. Another first blood for G2.
This has been the real defining difference, I think, between the first and the second half, is these opening fights. Is that NASR was just shutting them down, especially with that Gravnet, just shutting them down early. And the Gravnet's still doing heaps of work there. But they're getting these fights early. They're winning them on out as well. And mainly as well, not being traded on them. You just watch Petra get away with daylight robbery there, and nobody's even nearby. There's the paranoia and the dog to just distract her from the oncoming gloom. And Petra just hunting down for some more. Why not add one more to the tally? The wall, however, absolutely blocks her. And now Luxie, there's no getting out of this alive. Die to the spike is your best option here. I don't even think you're going to be awarded an extra weapon because you put that wall to separate yourself. G2 another round. They're still going.
And they're still pushing this up as far as they can. And I love this from G2. And this kind of mental resilience, it comes from experience, right? G2, they've been up on stage. They got the first international VCT reverse sweep at GC Champs in that grand final. They are this team that has the mental resilience. And yes, only Petra and Mimi were there at that time back in 2022. But they can still bring that here. They can still bring that positivity to the rest of the team. And that's what we're seeing in play here.
Exactly. Even having a little bit of that veteran experience, you can pass it on. And I'm sure they will have been drilling the team hard for examples like this. That is a lovely mosh pit, however. Goes flying through the roof, and it's going to stop NASR having that early peek into showers. And that's given G2 the ability to get a bit aggressive with it. However, another nice little lineup from Luxie, and that's going to cause a couple of problems with the Gravnets. However, still G2 coming out on top here. Yeah,
no, going for that mosh lineup, you want to be playing off of it, right? You want to try and crunch people forward, throw your raise, throw your nade down in towards them, so they are stuck between the mosh or your raise, who, when you're stuck between a mosh and a rescue, you're probably just going to die to the mosh, right? Like that's basically all you can do. But the Seeker's expended here. This is G2. We're looking to confirm where they should be heading. They spot that there's 2 here, but they're still going towards it.
Flashes galore through the smoke as they disrespect it. Luxie with 2 before finally going down. Look at that. Sends a Molotov in, receives a Molotov back out. Some weird sort of postal system going on here. Mimi gets one, and suddenly Tokamite 1v2 at a crucial round here. One more kill, she can send the Seekers out if they are so desperate to close this one on out. But Thrash, that's gonna cause some problems. She gets the kill, now she's just running from Thrash here. Counter ult coming out, but she's been spotted. But Mimi's location known. All she has to do is defuse. Knows that she's quite far away, but that timer getting low. Gonna sit there as well. Mimi just needs to peek at the right time. Does indeed. Calls Tokamite's bluff. No, she's not halving it. And that is going to be a 10th round, 2 in it now. And NASR, they've got to be looking at the scoreboard going, where did it go wrong for us?
Yeah, and that's part of this timeout, right? They're wanting to talk to their coach about what went wrong. What can we do to get better? All we need is one single round. And looking at the next one, looking at the economy, the ults that are on the board, it doesn't look like it could be this one. They might just have to play for that round 24, which risks them going to overtime. And we've seen 9-3s already this week. We saw one 2 days ago. This little tingling feeling. We talked earlier about if G2 are superstitious. If NASR are at all superstitious, they've got this 9-3 curse digging into their brains. And they're going to feel that fear.
The best part is that you called this exact scenario with the timeouts as well. You were like, if G2 manages to keep snowballing this, they'll be using that second timeout later because they didn't use one earlier. And that's exactly what's happened. So the side of NASR there, even though everything seems to be going horrifically wrong here for them, the fact that they've managed to just have that little bit of voice in the background, just going, save that timeout. This is exactly when to use it because in 2 rounds' time, timeout's not going to matter. Regulation's done and dusted. So, and G2 still got one as well. So, you know, if G2 won, if they win this round, they can call another one just to keep them going and keep this regulation, you know, in contention. Here we go. Here is the important round. They forced into this, and it's not an amazing buy here. They need to try get it done, NASR. And the Boombots, they're going to collide. Have a little bit of an early fight there. And the Raze on, Raze vision, not going to lead to any kills. As G2, they don't want to get too ahead of themselves and give away this early pick.
There.
No, but NASR Ignite, they've changed up their setup quite a bit now. They've moved Marty over towards this A site with the Cypher. So there's none of that deadlock utility to play off of. They've only got that sound sensor over towards Hookah. But we've got our favorite judge player. Sadly, not on a judge. She's on a stinger that, you know, gives you that little bit of extra spam ability if multiple come in. And now she's taken a peek. That wall being destroyed, they know someone is over here. And until that mosh gets thrown, they have no idea who it is. But now they know the Gecko's here. So this is going to keep their players over towards B, because Gecko usually means exec. But instead, it's a fake, and eventually it will come on through.
Fake. And there's the spike has been retrieved using the ultimate. There's no reason to use the Omen ultimate for much else at the moment. Get them onto site, but the issue they have is they've only managed to get themselves onto half of site. Rescue here, however, has a lovely position because anyone tries to get across can be spotted here as well, but they have to deal with Marty on site still.
But this stall is so good. They're stopping this plant from going down. Eventually it does, but the kills, they go back and forth, and it's 3 versus 3. They're grabbing at the flank. This could be everything for NASR.
That was a lovely double kill from Mimi, and the nades being there as well is just hammering it on home. G2, 1 round left of this comeback needed. And the buy is going to be okay, and there's a couple of ultimates, actually. That's got to be a slight worry for them, because they know Cypher ult is online, and Nami only needs a kill, only needs an ult of 1 thing needed.
1 enemy remaining.
But it's going to be close, and I don't think it could be any closer.
Nope, not exactly. We're going into this round, like you say, with 2 ultimates on the board. Nami 1 off. If Nami can get that, if they are able to get this breach a pip somehow, whether it's an ult orb, whether it's a kill, that could change the entire trajectory of this round.
Rescue
Marty,
and Mimi too.
Yeah, they are. Everyone is so close to this. But Marty goes in for this fight against Rescue. Now she's stuck by herself.
It's gonna need someone to alleviate that pressure from them as well. Lovely tag from the camera there is gonna give them a little bit of information, but Sapphire not wanting to fight this one up front, just gonna back away, let that spike go down. But the issue that they have is they've still got a little bit of a disconnected defense here for the spike. Gravnet again causing problems. Hellfire opening up is going to force them back off site, and that's so much room that NASR have retaken. Petra just running for their lives here has only just managed to get themselves back towards the site. And Rescue went on a little bit of a hiatus, is back with firepower. There's the nade to try buy some space. A lovely kill as well. Going for some more. Mimi really needed to find that kill, but the showstopper gets one. That's all that was needed. Petra just needs to hang on a little bit longer. Stop that defuse coming on through. Spamming, stands in the smoke, and has managed to do it as well. There's not enough time, and we're going overtime. 9-3 down. They lose the pistol, and G2, they bought it back. Oh, they are so back, Echo.
And it's one of those things where, as a caster, you call that the 9-3 curse could be coming, but you never truly believe it until you see it. And G2 are bringing this to fruition. Like you said, Petra being able to get this spike plant or this spike defuse stop was incredible. Nami goes on, but she knows that there's no chance at that point, and immediately Leader calls a timeout. Goes into this round. G2 must be hyped. They have the momentum in their favor. That is 5 rounds in a row. Just back-to-back rounds that they're now going into overtime with. They're going to be feeling confident, powerful. Leader probably coming in, bringing the energy down just a little bit. Okay, play with the team, keep your fundamentals, play your combos, and just play their game. Now, G2's defense, it was their weaker side. So they're starting in overtime, and we need to keep that in mind. This is, whenever you see a 9-3 go to overtime, you think, okay, we might be seeing quadruple overtime at this point, because both of these teams show that they are much stronger on one side than the other. So I hope you're strapped in, because this could be a long rest of this map, let alone sunset if we go there.
Oh gosh, yes, this series could be way further from over than we are expecting. And I said maybe 2-0. I'll be honest with you, I wholeheartedly expected a 2-0, especially after that showing map number 1 Haven came into this thinking G2, this is their map pick, and NASA, you know, they chose to start on attack, okay. But really, very impressive. But you said, we see it swing so much, but G2, they're feeling it right now, and this momentum I'm very worried about, because they've very slow start, but they've got going now. What a utility being thrown over towards A. We've talked about Luxie with this Gravnet causing lots of problems. Is actually gonna... Did Marty get tagged? Not entirely sure what's going on. But Rescue Petra, beautiful picks. Spike has gone down in the meantime, but there's not many people left to defend it with. Amy, once again, faced by this wall and by the many problems that it brings with it. That's going to slow them right down, funnel them through lamps here, or up through heaven. But through lamps, it is fighting their way, and unfortunately fighting directly into the site, getting their kills, hitting their marks. And now Tokamite, the last one left alive, is going to just about dodge Dizzy there, but that smoke, woo, lovely pick through, but they know where she is now. They are just going to run her on down. They haven't managed to kill her just yet, and actually, the stalling is just reigning supreme. There it is, the shorty. It's going to be very close, but just about gets it. But Tokamite, the queen of the stall.
The queen of the stall is one way to put it, but it just doesn't work out enough. G2 taking us to map point. This was a 9-3 first half. G2 were at a huge disadvantage. And now we're here, where they are at map and match point. They have their perfect group stage on the line. And NASA, they do not want to go into tomorrow having to win. Yes, they might win against KC, but KC have been looking good. A-Corp are strong right now, and they now, if they do not win this map and then the next, they have to win tomorrow. And that's just going to feel so awful.
It's a bit of a weird one, because they're going to go up against K-Corp with similar, well, kind of similar stats to how Keiko walked out against G2 Gozen. Of course, the Gozen won 2-0, 13-10, 13-4. So one really close map, one slightly further away. And actually, it was their opponent's map pick that they absolutely stomped. A G2 classic there, some might say. So they do look kind of even. Maybe actually NASR looking a little bit better, having taken one to overtime at least, but by no means weak opponents that they're up against. So this was one that they were really hoping to win. One of the 2 maps they needed for this map tiebreaker, if it goes to it. They won the map. That was fine for them. That would have been ideal. But they needed to at least win a map. And if they lose here, so much rides on them tomorrow.
It absolutely does, but NASR, they're going into this, and the defensive was not strong for them, right? Their retakes, they weren't as strong as they could have been. The utility, G2 had worked it out. They finally got the read on how to play against this deadlock comp. And G2 won that perfect stage. They had it 2 years ago, and they won GCC. They want to go into this again with the same standings, with the same way of it being. Obviously, maybe they want to win actually and get the get their golden road in place. They didn't win playoffs back in 2022 in stage 3, just for the history lesson, but they want to do it this time, right? And now moving forward in this round, G2 are playing so thin. They're just trying to find information. They're just trying to pull utility out of NASR Ignite so that there's nothing that they can do when they exec onto site. And they've pulled out so much already. The wall, all of the sound sensors are currently out. Only 1 flash left for Tokamite. This is looking dire for NASR.
Is Petra going for the ult top as well? There's the clear intent that they're going to try get that back online for what they want to be the final round of the match. And Rescue jumping onto the site there as well. Amy gets the opening pick, and that's worrying news. Sapphire locked out of this fight, not only by the Molotov, but by the boombox. And there we go. Trying to put a little bit of a cage up to buy themselves some safety. And how long is that going to last as Petra runs her on down? Now Marty and Tokamite left to do it. Rescue dancing around in lamps, toying with their prey. But there we go. She falls and Marty last one. There are the Seekers. And it is going directly towards Marty. Managed to get a lovely kill there and tries to find the fight on lamps. Does indeed. The nade trying to force another fight. It's so temperamental, but Vania jumps on through. And that's going to be the series. And from 9-3 down, they take it. 1 overtime is all they need.
Yeah, and if there's anyone to believe in when that 9-3 curse crops up, it's G2, right? Gozen are so used to playing in these tricky situations, in these disadvantaged situations where they just look so strong. But I loved how NASR played. Their attack side with that deadlock was beautiful. It was gorgeous. There were so many good plays going on. But it just wasn't enough. As soon as they switched over to the defensive side, it wasn't powerful enough. Their retakes were way too weak. Combined, you need to retake, and you need to know how to retake on this map. So G2, they win it out. And yes, we have the MVP of Nami going on to this Brimstone. It looked incredible. But G2, everyone, even on kills.
There's moments that you look at and you're like, when there was that one misplaced orbital strike over towards Showers, and it's thoughts like that, would the game have gone differently if that one round hadn't? And that's going to be a question looming over NASR as they go into their final match of groups. We have a look. First killed 13-13. So very even, and actually I think the scoreline does kind of reflect that a bit. Both teams getting a thrifty. Post plants looking a little bit better here for G2, and we said that after the last map as well, is that their post plants just look stellar. And actually, G2 coming up with the clutches. Sapphire not able to quite work her magic in the same way on this one. But in every single metric there, G2 looking just slightly better, but close one. MVP, however, is going to be going to Petra on that Sky. You cannot understate and emphasize enough just the importance that she had towards this final push to get them the map.
Yeah, the impact that she has on both sides, but to be able to find that information, right? That Sky, since that nerf, people have been scared to play her. But we've seen Petra step up, and she's used to back in CS when you don't get information, you don't get screeches of if someone's there off the back of your flash. And she knows how to now play off of it with just those 2 flashes, and she places them perfectly to allow the team to go in, and she's always getting the trades. Outstanding player, and she's one of the 5, maybe even 6 if you count leader, reasons why we think G2 goes in. They're in their best form yet. And I mean, the first map, that absolutely shows it. And honestly, I wish this graphic said that it was a 9-3 half, because I think that would show the resilience that G2 have.
Makes it so difficult to go up against them, because you can have such a great half, but you have to still be worried in the back of your mind that it's not over yet. And that's terrifying as a prospect. No matter how good you think you do, you know it is not over until that victory flashes up on your screen. And for a lot of teams, you know, if that had gone a third map, suddenly the stamina's looking a little bit iffy as well. You've played one quite kind of short map, but one really long map, and you've got to go for another one as well. And that is the stuff that champions are made of as well. So they flawless the group, and as you said, last time they flawless the group, we all know what happened. They went on to do an incredible stellar job and take it all home. So maybe we see that in the making. Maybe history does in fact repeat itself.
Yeah, I mean, history's being made either way, right? At the end of the day, G2, they are making history every time. If they go for that golden road, right? If they win out in stage 3 playoff as well, in Istanbul, where they've got 2 of the best Turkish players on their team. At that land, the home turf, it's going to be incredible. Then when they go to GCC, because they have made it, right? They are confirmed for champs. They're going to be going there with this momentum behind them, with the knowledge that they've done this before and they can do it again. And let's look at these standings, because NASR Ignite, now it's all down to them and K-Corp tomorrow. Do ATN, the contenders team, make it into playoffs? Or is it going to be NASR Ignite, that consistency team that's always been there?
It's so weird. 3-way tie is on the cards, and we talked about it. They need 2 maps if there's a tiebreaker, or they need to win either one of their series today. So they've still got a chance tomorrow, but it has to be tomorrow. You know, if they lose the series, either way, that's them done. You lose the series, you've not got the 2 maps that you need. You lose the series, you've not won either. You need this tomorrow. And hopefully tonight, you can look at maybe where the weaknesses were, and you can really hone in on that. There's not much time to change anything overnight, but there's a little bit of a window for them to figure out where something was going wrong, and just to focus a little bit more heavily on it as well. But actually, you know what? Not too bad of a showing. When you're up against the likes of the Goes, and you know, you can't be too disappointed about taking it to overtime, however.
Yeah, I mean, that is the furthest anyone's taken G2 this entire split. The maximum number anyone has gotten against G2 up until today was 10 rounds in a map. And that was K-Corp. So they're going up against that tomorrow. And they took G2 further than K-Corp did. So they should be feeling that little bit more confident that actually, okay, maybe we're better than K-Corp because we took G2 further than they did. But we'll have to see, because tomorrow, that's what it all comes down to for Group A.
Exactly, and there's going to be some great games tomorrow, but there's still another great game tonight as well. Now, that won't be with us. You have got, of course, I'm not sure who is on for that game. I believe the wonderful Winterio might be joining the cast as well. Big fan of Winterio. But yeah, that's an exciting match. What are your thoughts on who we might be seeing? Because I think that's also an important match to decide who goes forward in Group B. As well. So
it's a very important match, right, between BBL Queens and Valiant. It will change a lot of who can move forward, because neither of the groups right now are decided. Some teams are, right? You had some teams locked in very, very early on, but there's some teams that actually they're not. So for the next one, it really depends on if BBL win. Then a lot of things happen. We'll let those casters talk you through it. But the next game is going to be a banger. It's going to be incredibly close. And Giant X, they've always looked really strong in the past. This split is not been one of their best. So they want to show that they're still here and they're still fighting for that 2nd or 3rd place.
Exactly. But I'm not sure that there's much more that we can say here, is there, Echo? So with that, we're going to have to bid you adieu for the night. Enjoy the games to come, and of course, the final day of final day of group stages before playoffs. It's so soon, isn't it? It's terrifying how soon playoffs are. But for now, goodbye and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Hello and welcome back. I hope that you stuck around after the break. What a game it was. But we are back for series number 2 of tonight, which will be BBL Queens versus VLNT. My name is Joy K. I'm being joined by the lovely Winterio. How are you doing tonight?
I am doing good, but I feel like it's kind of the opposite for some of these teams coming into this matchup because there's a lot on the line. This isn't just like your opening match in group stage, the middle match, they could maybe depend on the scene. No, this is do or die for some of these teams coming into this. BBL, they have to win this to make it to playoffs. Otherwise, they're going to be relegated. They're going to be going into the contenders. It's just not a position that they want to be in. And VLNT, they have 2 chances realistically to make it to playoffs. If they win today, they make it through, obviously. But if they do falter today, they have a second chance tomorrow. But BBL, they have to do it today and now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot on the line. So the last time that BBL and VLNT faced off against the last group stage, stage 2, and BBL did manage to get better end of that one. And with everything on the line, I think they're really going to put everything out there to see what is happening there.
Yeah, absolutely. When we were talking about what teams are going to be coming into it, so I hope you can have a little bit of a look at the rosters, because we can talk as much about the past games as we want, but there's been a few roster changes over the split 2 to split 3, but then also there's been a little bit of a substitution in today for one of these teams. It's BBL, if I'm not wrong. We have a new emerging player subbing in because unfortunately one of the players are unable to compete. And then, yeah, you can see it towards the end there. We have a new rising star, Barry X, being one of the BBL Queens substitutions, coming in now and replacing Felipa for today's matches.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Felipa, such a core player for this team. I'm really, really curious what we're gonna see coming out of this brand new player. I'm very excited to see what they are going to be playing, because like we discussed a little bit in the green room and we didn't really find any information. So it's going to be really exciting to see what is going to happen.
Oh, for sure, but it doesn't matter who is on the enemy team when it comes to VLNT. We have, well, sort of heavy-hitting names, and you're talking about the new substitutions and one of the younger players coming in. Still, we have sort of the same vibe when we're looking at VLNT. They've had this new look, new and refreshed. They battled through contenders, and well, they've come in heavy-hitting into this season, with Dream as one of the newer additions to this roster. And honestly, I think I casted one of their first games into this group stage, and I was pleasantly surprised. We saw, well, the shortcomings of them in split 2, and it generally looks like a completely different team from the end of split 2, where they like failed to make playoffs, coming into this one now, and they're in prime position to take a playoff spot, and well, they have 2 chances to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 chances to do so, as we are looking at here I think this was a request by you to look at this one here, the last time the BBL Queens went up against VLNT.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they have 2 times to do it, so hopefully this sort of reminiscent of the past of what we see last time BBL faced up against VLNT is not going to repeat itself, because, well, if you look at sure, Sunset could say it's slightly competitive if some of the pistols went different ways, or the eco rounds, the force buys, that kind of thing. Like, you could say there's a lot more chance of that becoming an OT or sweeping the ties, but then you look at Lotus. That's a 13-2. That's a dominant victory in favor of BBL Queens. So yeah, I feel like this series will have to go 3 maps to try and get VLNT to qualify for playoffs, or they'll just have to go for their backup plan of the game against Giant X tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. It's as you say, they have the 2 chances. They have another tomorrow, but you don't really want to put yourself in a position where you are forced to win tomorrow. It's good if you have a little bit of that wiggle room. But we'll see. The pressure is probably high considering how the last games went. So but let's see where we are heading for our first map of today's second series.
Yeah, if we get this veto going through, Icebox Ascent kind of obvious, but Lotus actually is going to be one of the surprise picks. We were just talking about the last time that they faced off against each other. It was a 13-2 in favor of BBL, and while Valiant have picked it straight out of the gates, they've definitely been cooking over this break, or I at least hope so, and they have done their research, and they've got a solid game plan coming into this. Bind, we've seen it, and Haven as well coming back into the map. But we'll be interested in if we do go to that third map to see how both these teams match up against each other on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven, we haven't really seen a lot of, but yeah, Lotus is definitely the surprise one. Interesting to see that they pick it up, as you say, right off the gates. Is there anything pocket picks you're expecting here before we go over to Agent Select?
I mean, we've seen Valiant on this map once already this split, and it was against Heroic, and I gotta say, it was such a close game. I think it went to 17-15 in OT. Pretty dominant either sides from them. It wasn't necessarily against 6-6 halves or anything like that, but yeah, it went all the way to the limit, 17-15. But it doesn't matter what's happened in the past. I really do want to see what they've been cooking over this break. Valiant picks Lotus into BBL. Last time they faced up on it, it was 13-2. They have to have something in the back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, it must be. It must be, because you know how this last map played out in the 13-2 fashion, and it was just not really a pleasure to watch, not really, you know, it mustn't have been fun to play that game. So now Lotus, as a first pick, comes in. It makes me wonder as well, like, what is the strategy coming up against BBL Queens? Of course, they have done their homework as well, and they know that Philippa isn't here, and Philippa definitely, you know, as I said, a backbone of the team, can show up incredibly big when it comes to clutches, gathering a lot of information, and her not being there, I'm not certain, you know, if that is going to put BBL a little bit on a back foot, or if this sub is actually going to prove to be really powerful for them.
I think that's sort of the question that needs to be answered, or at least posed to this team, is how well is BBL going to integrate into this roster. I'm not saying that they haven't done any sort of practice with them before or anything like that, but as we get into Agent Select, I really just want to think about, is this Barriax's most comfortable role? Because she is the sub, she has to fill in for any sort of player that goes missing in an official, like if they have family issues, or if they're unwell, or just they simply cannot play. So it's definitely going to be a question mark filling in onto Philippa's role. So that's going to be the initiator for Tay, and specifically onto the breach in this matchup.
Big shoes to fill, if you ask me.
Oh, for sure. Definitely big shoes to fill, because it's not only just being a player in T1 competition for game changes, but it's also being an initiator player, subbing in on top of that as well. And you have to make sure you have that sort of chemistry and synergy with that duelist, because it's not as if you're playing that sentinel role. You can, okay, we're going to leave you towards the other side of the map, good luck, and we'll play retake after you die, possibly try and get as many as you get. No, you're playing that initiator role. You're going to be side to side with your duelist, or even with Proxima as well, playing that sort of supportive role directly to Alkia, which I think is going to be hyper important to see in the maybe even the first like handful of rounds of how they interact with each other on the server.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how do you, before we head in, how do you feel like about the Neon against the Raze here?
We've seen it actually, I think it was on the Heroic matchup, that the Neon can be hyper impactful. I think there's one round where we had a Neon player just run it all the way through B and into C spawn and catch the C defenders completely off guard. So that could be sort of a turning table moment for the side of Valiant, that if they can get that space and capitalize on it with the speed of the Neon. But I think for the side of BBL, they're more traditional in the sense of how they take a main, specifically with you have the Fade to use the pull, you have the Nades to capitalize on the damage, you have the Omen Black. There's a lot of utility that can stack up really well over towards the A main side. And I think that's the only thing that's more of a question mark for Valiant. But when they were playing against Heroic, that was sort of their main point of contention. They wanted A main and they took it regularly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have a lot to work with in terms of utility and gathering information. It's I think that it's gonna come down to the, you know, the way that that they make their entry, at least.
What do you think about the difference between? Obviously, we sort of have that mirror composition. The only
Yeah,
thing
exactly.
is that neon in the race. Which would you prefer, or which are you tending to lean towards? Just out of like just curiosity.
Yeah, like I'm a little bit in between here. I think both can be really impactful. I think I'll have to go for the race. Just the ability to, you know, not have to go up super close, but also clear out some stuff with the grenades. I think is really valuable to have. But let's see. I think we are heading. Yeah, we are heading into map number 1. So Lotus.
And you can already see the positions being taken up for this defensive side. And when I was talking about how you could play with a Sentinel, you leave them towards the other side of the map, you group to the other one, and you play for the retake. That's exactly what VLNT do. They have 4 players over towards A main.
Pushing up quite a lot here, actually, but yeah, Dream holding her own here on that C side. I mean, it's a 3-man stack so far towards C mount, but it looks like they're actually going to rotate away.
Yeah, it's just too many question marks on the map for both Valiant and BBL. Valiant just know that they're not inside B or C, and they're sort of giving so much space over towards Mound, over towards B main, but it doesn't really matter if, well, BBL really want to take the fight over towards Valiant here, and that's exactly what happens. It'll here gets the first, but it's instantly traded back out and pushed back with Util, but Lisa's still on the angle.
Yeah, I mean, Mel being taken out of the equation, meaning there's no blinds and no smokes available anymore here. For Valiant, the rotation is called onto that C. Killjoy not spotted, of course. Dream still sitting pretty on that C side, so here come the BBL queens.
30 seconds left.
It's definitely going to be a retake situation, but Barrios wanted to press the issue. They sends a flash towards CT, but Nanoswarm perfectly timed, denies any sort of space taking. Has to go after the Nanoswarm, and that's exactly what happens. But Dream capitalizes on and Liza now has a chance to chime her name into it. Jada now left in an impossible situation, blinded up, converged on by 4 remaining Valiant players, and that's a round on the board, a pistol for Valiant.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic patience here from Dream, holding on to her own until she gets the cavalry coming in, gets 2 kills, then Lisa gets another one and slides on in to confirm the round. Fabulously done.
Yeah, it really comes down to these engagements towards CT. It's so much damage done by Dream and Liza in that situation. Just it just leaves Jada on an island, left in, like I said, an impossible situation, 1v4. But great delay utility for Dream onto the defender spawn push.
Oh, but now we're gonna see really aggressive approach here. Outlaw actually manages to take one out already for Dream. Onto that C side, so that's a fantastic opener. They're not gonna walk into that. Now they're still hanging down here though, Summer.
There's definitely a difference between weaponry into this run. So BBL counting on trying to get a pick for these sheriffs that they've upgraded into for Valkyria and Proxima. Hoping to get a spike down. Seems like they're converging onto the wrong side. 3 players here with an already established crossfire, and a contact peek from CT could be devastated. It's not even needed for the fizz.
Oh,
as it takes him down. Alkia deals with the CT presence though.
Yeah. Oh, Alkia actually good for 2, or well, her 3rd kill of the round here, with that sheriff ringing so true, so deadly. Barracks, not a lot of utility left to play with Mel here, looking for the blind. Shot's not really connecting. Mel forced off of that corner here, looking to pick one off, but still forced away by the increased man force here of BBL, as they're just chasing her down at this point.
Yeah, but this time they've been able to pick up this weaponry. When we were talking 5-10 seconds ago, it was 3 pistols against 2 bulldogs. Now it's 2 bulldogs and a sheriff, and we've seen what Alkia can do with it. They just need to make sure they...
box here.
Don't overlook this position, and that exactly might what happened. Gets the first, gets the second, the spike is down. So now it's a 1v1 situation, but Mel is good for 3. And also the defuse. Well, just heroics from this player to save Valiant from an anti-eco second loss.
Wow, I mean, the wraparound, it was just fabulous. Mel so ready with that clean hat tap here onto Barry X, and then just being able to convert that into a second right away. Look at that. Beautiful spacing here. And in the drop down, already ready to face off against Proxima and find that defuse. Really, really well done here. Valiant off to a great start, actually.
For an expensive start. Look at the implications that's had on Valiant's by coming into this. Sure, they have the Bulldog that Mel's been able to save, and the only thing that they've been realistically able to buy around it is a Bucky on Dream.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit tight in the wallet, but going up against a full rifle here as well.
Like you said, full rifle, full buy for BBL. And it seems that their sights are set on C, at least to get this orb on here. Already one away from the showstopper. The Dream just absolutely eats that boombot. Wanting to keep on that close angle as long as possible, but suffers for it eventually. Down to 30 HP. Even seeing a player.
No one actually spotted, no information gathered. You're absolutely right. Now it looks like the play will be happening onto A side. Wentz with a great shot here to open up that side for them.
Yeah, and that's the one player with a rifle coming into it. When easy pickings onto the opposition breach. And now it's a 3v5 situation. One player on site, one supporting from heaven.
Oh, the finger guns though, but no way. Nino will actually with the frenzy pick up a kill. Alkia shuts down Lisa right away. Alkia comes for the wraparound here when still not on that side. His Dream is still on the rotation. Only a Bucky in hand as we talked about. 30 HP to play with. He's got to find them up and close, but the question is, the plant is down. Are they gonna go and look for her?
This is going to be unconfirmed damage as well, so I don't think you're necessarily going to see a crazy hunt coming in, because you can see how low Wenz and Alkira. It's not necessarily something that they want to risk going into it, and even then, now Dream's given the information with a jiggle over towards heaven. Trying to go for those exits, but doesn't look like BBL are wanting to get anything. Retreating as far as possible to make sure they have these rifles going into the next round, and I think that's the most important thing. The fact that Valiant came into this with, well, a saved Bulldog, a couple of pistols, and a Bucky, and they've only managed to take down one player on the side of BBL. So for their side, they're wanting to start building up this economy further and further, because, well, I feel like the attacking side is where BBL can really thrive.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, absolutely, and you want to stop them in their tracks here before they start to run away with the game like they did last time that they faced off on Lotus.
Well, last time they faced off, Valiant weren't able to convert the pistol, but they were able to convert the second round and one random defuse round further into the heart. So there's definitely a track record has been improved from at least the last time we saw these two teams face up against each other on this map. Again, roster changes have come through since the two splits, plus we have a sub playing for BBL.
Yeah, something to always bear in mind. Dream holding at Mount Angle here, nothing being picked up here so far in terms of information. She might just have to sit a little bit tighter. Oh, takes that one to the well, not to the face, thank God. Dream's still standing.
Yeah, I think that was a dink through the wall as well, coming in from Alkira on with that Vandal. 3 players stacked. We'll see. They can at least be aware of 2 with the Killjoy and the Fade now revealing themselves over towards that spot. But Wen's still challenging over towards the extremities of the opposite side of the map. Picks up the kill onto Liza, but rotates necessarily haven't left C. But the satchel in and the back kill onto Mel are unable to pick up one in a situation. And you can already see Dreams retreated over towards CT, playing for this retake. With a down in man count. And also weaponry. Dream has an Owl, not necessarily the best weapon to come into this with, only able to, well, body shot one of these players, which is Wenz. And I think she's going to get a chance playing deep inside main towards that mound position.
Yeah, it's starting to look like Valiant want nothing to do with this round. Letting the timer run out and back off to safety, carry these two rifles over to the next round. I mean, it was, yeah, a tough situation to end up in. A really good flood here from BBL as they are tying up the scoreline here.
There.
And it's just off the back of, well, peacefully really taking space over towards C-Mount. A really nice kill, a really nice dink through the wall, sure, and a kill on the extremity is just sort of the go button for the side of BBL when it comes over towards that C-Mount position. They get onto site and, yeah, they're left in the situation where they don't necessarily want to retake. They want to save over the weapons as much as possible, and yeah, Valiant's economy isn't looking too great, while the side of BBL is just thriving.
Yeah, 2 consecutive rounds here, being able to grab a few guns as they took out the opposition. Double satchel in. Bit of damage being traded back and forth here, but no kill confirmed yet. I spoke too soon. Alki actually managing to take Ninu out of the equation. Lisa swings out with the Guardian and a beautiful shot there. The concuss is forcing her off that angle, will shut her down. Well played here, Barry X on the breach.
Cover going out.
They were wondering if Lisa was going to get overlooked in that position, especially after Ninu fell, but swiftly taken care of. And now we're back into a situation where it's 3v3, but the firepower necessarily isn't in Valiant's favor yet again for this retake. Hopefully a weapon's going to be picked up for you on this peak from Mini. There we go, Guardian in hand. If she wants to switch over to the rifle, it's read a rifle over to the Water Vandal. It's going to take a sound cue.
Right.
Lance is in prime position to take a tiny peek. Spots the face, but is unaware that Dream's there as a bodyguard.
Yeah, very nicely done. Great fault line to connect here. But off the back of that, Barry so ready to just immediately trade. Good for 3k here. Mal all left on her lonesome. Will just die to the spike as she has no time left to defuse. Trying to catch some exits. Will not succeed in doing... Oh, actually succeeds in picking up one. Excuse me. But BBL will pick up their 3rd round here.
Yeah, and heavy hitting round as well coming in from this super sub. Free for herself in that round. And even secures no chance for Valiant in with that Rolling Thunder come through. Yeah, this double kill here is so impactful. Because it just means that there's, well, no chance for the remaining player that's on site. In that situation, there's a Rolling Thunder online. It's a 2v1 already. And it also cuts off that sort of avenue that the remaining BBL players have to be worried about. So the only place that they can be on site, so they retreat safely throughout the door, pop that ult as well, and just secure a lot of space. But do you know who's securing a lot of space this round? It is not Lisa, it is Alkia. Gets that first entry. Much to the aggression of Lisa, she wants to take it in, but Ninu in the air.
No fire in the hole to be had as Alkia gets shut down. Went's good for another here onto that B side as well. Immediately rotates away to try and join up with the team. Door being watched here by Mel as Jake still tucked away in the corner here. But the call has been made. The rotation is coming through onto that C side here.
Yeah, but the side of Valiant, they're not necessarily running off on their lonesome. Keeping the stacks together, keeping the pack of 3. Try and pick off any unsuspecting BBL players or any over-aggression. You can see they're walking towards CT. That's exactly the opposite of what BBL are offering.
Yeah, I mean, a man up, and now they've also got the lockdown available to Wens. Yeah, immediately being committed here. They don't want to take any chances. Try and force them off of this site. Proxima taking quite a bit of damage. Sheik's also down to half as now everybody has to move out. 2 players detained towards the end of the seaside here.
Yeah, it's going to be another save. no chance in it. They have to keep as many weapons as they can, but it's a possibility for Variax to chase, but Ops again's pushing through the smoke and decides to go for B Heaven, but there's not going to be anyone to be found, and that's another round for BBL. Now 4 in a row. Valiant, sure, they were able to take Pistol and the Antico, as expensive as it might have been, but since then it's just been the BBL show.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And yeah, Valiant know it too, and they've decided to call it a timeout. So, in your expert opinion, what does Valiant need to change? Oi.
I think it's down to me to say that they need to change something specific, but we can clearly see that something has to change. It's coming into the mid to late rounds that we're seeing, well, BBL take that lead and push it forward, because like you saw at the start, then we have a really aggressive play with the Neon, with the Fade as well, taking that A main pressure presence. You lose your Neon, but then Nino also gets the trade back, and it's just sort of, you're going back and forth. You get that 3v3 situation, or even a 4v3 when you're talking about it's not too much of a man deficit, and it's just how well BBL are playing and manipulating the rotates for the mid to late rounds that have been, well, astronomically impactful against Valiant, who seem to be gambling it onto the wrong sides.
Exactly. So now let's see, coming out of this timeout, if they are going to get a little bit quicker on their feet on the side of Valiant here. Dream still rotating over to that C side once again.
And again, you see heavy presence from Valiant over towards A right off the start of the round. This has been consistent what they were doing against Heroic as well. They're really wanting to implant one of the players over towards this man position, whether it's Neon or the Omen. They want to have someone taking contact and taking early contact, and then they change their attention elsewhere. And this time it was towards B, and well, it's a lot of utility back and forth, but not necessarily any kills or any chip of damage done onto either side.
No. Go ahead.
And how this is where Mal's position, he could come and really make it impactful. Jada's paranoia is traded straight back out, and now it's going to be harder and harder for Proxima to get out, but I take that back. Proxima, Wens, and Jada all get this, and that's A main completely open, completely cleared of Valiant players. And this is where we're talking about the rotates, the manipulation towards the mid to late round. Well, C's open, A's open. Both these players have been converged on into B, they've been boxed like a fish, and they have a free site and a free plan.
Yeah, this really could not be coming up more BBL queens than it is right now. 2 open sites and fantastic trading here. Started off amazingly here by Proxima, getting that first frag in on this round, but now a plant going down here onto C. It's a tough one here, and it looks like it's just gonna be another save coming in here from Valiant, not willing to go and try their luck against 5 members of BBL Queens.
I mean, would you? Would you?
No, I mean, I don't blame them at all. You go sit here in tree and just wait for this to be over.
And that's sort of the sad thing, that the story that we've had over the last couple of rounds, that BBL, even if Valiant were able to get 1 or 2 picks off early round, get into that 3vx situation, there's no sort of follow-up in the mid to late rounds. And you can see at the start then they placed Mel down into Rebel over towards A, and well, it's just dismantled almost immediately when BBL put any sort of pressure over towards A, because there's just been 1, 2, 3 all insta headshots. And that's just, it comes down to the fact that, sure, the play might have been there, the positions, the utility to delay, to make sure you have backup coming in, and then it just gets dismantled by 3 players, just decimating you on an angle.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like this time it's a bit more of a stack towards the C side, and BBL don't mind. They're starting to make their move here towards A once again.
This time, we have had a little bit of a switch up from Valiant. They're wanting to play a little bit of a trap set over towards C. You have the Omen and the Breach ready with a utility, but
There.
they've read into this completely. BBL don't want to take any sort of peek towards B, towards C. You only have a player over towards B where you have Wens. Turret is spotted out and nade invested as well, so that's going to take care of not only the nanoswarm but the turret as well. So that's going to be starving Valiant of even more information, because you can see how scared Nino is of A. Sure, we know they can't go heaven, but they can go absolutely anywhere else over towards the right side of this map.
Yeah, exactly. Now Lisa has rotated over. Bit more mobility
30
to
seconds
her
left.
to try and gather information, but maybe not really in the way that you would want to. Right, door being broken right away. They're gonna try their luck on the B side, it seems. The double satchel in, and it's a successful one. Picks up one, it's Alkia, then will be shut down nearby Ninu. Finger gun still up and running here for Lisa. She's trying to come in. The shot comes out. There's the nightfall coming through as well. B traded back and forth. Mal finds one. Finds a second. The defuse has to come through though.
One enemy remaining.
Lisa needs to buy that space. Jeeks is there to cover as well. Jada comes turning around the corner, but the defuse will be stuck. It will be Valiant that wins this round.
Yeah, and how expensive it was for BBL in regards to the utility and ultimates that they invested into that. Sure, when you're talking about once they got the side, they got the spike down, fine, but it comes into the fact that a Nightfall is invested, you've lost all your players, but it doesn't matter for BBL. They have so much money. It's just only the sort of ult economy that you can sort of think about in the side of Valiant, that they're with that sort of one up on BBL here. You're close to the lockdown, you're close to their own Nightfall coming back into it. So there's lots of retake opportunities for Valiant. You can see how well the Neon Overdrive works. So it's that sort of, what is their win conditions when it comes to the retakes? Because BBL have been so consistent in getting that spike down. I don't think we've seen a single round where it hasn't at least been planted.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We haven't been able to you know, just close one out cleanly without a plan for Valiant. But, you know, now Valiant, they maybe just needed this little confident boost to see if they are, you know, a bit more willing to take up space here and test the waters a little bit more on the deeper info line. A lot of damage taken here by Alkia. She makes her entry. Dream will shut her down right in her tracks. Information gathered at C. Now Dream looking to back off here and wait out if BBL still want to take up space here. Jeeks getting a bit of shots here back and forth. No real chip damage being done though.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, and it's an immediate denial over towards B that, well, you can see the thought process of Valiant. They want thought process BBL. Okay, they've been completely denied on C. Let's try B, and you have a crossfire already set up, a contact play. You have a utility coming in from Mel, Jess, and Lisa, and it's just they've just been shut out. So that's just narrowed their options, and they've decided to take their chances over towards A. TP out over towards Heaven. A paranoia
Heaven might not be
down.
spotted.
10 seconds.
But BBL so extremely ready here. Managed to immediately pick up 3 kills off the back of that. Jeeks though ready for that rotation to come in. Lockdown as well, trying to force them up, but they have to start making their way here onto that side towards the spike.
Yeah, and both of these attacking
Footsteps
players
will be
are
heard,
split
though.
up. Yeah, it is planted for main, and they do have a little bit of opportunity to catch these players off guard, but that takes it off the board for Jada. Stan comes in, misses the first player, and that's who you needed to kill. Breach v Breach. Gunfight, and it goes in favor of Valiant, and the defuse comes in, and we've narrowed this now down to a 1-round difference, especially after the, well, a 5-0 lead that we saw from BBL after the 5-string rounds. You can see on the timeline there, pistol conversion went in favor of Valiant, and then just felt like we were in the BBL show. And the last two now, Valiant have had something to say back.
Yeah, and I'm liking it. I like the way that they are now a little bit more confident in taking their space. And they know that they, you know, they can win these gunfights. I mean, very clean, as you've mentioned before. It's these clean setups here on B with the crossfires just makes it impossible to even go and get a plant down on B. But now BBL, they've decided to call in a timeout. They don't like it that Valiant have been able to find some footing back into this. into this map so far.
And that's the thing, it's the footing, sure, but it still comes down to those retakes. Because if you look at the timeline, I know you can't necessarily see round 1, but that was a defuse win for Valiant. So every single round, every 9 round that has been played for BBL on this attacking side, they've managed to get that spike down. So they're finding the space. It's just in the last 2, the placements have sort of been uncomfortable. Because we can see, especially specifically in the last round, they got denied on C. They got instantly denied on B for that rotate. Finally, they make their way onto A. They get that spike down, but the rotates are in there in time for A. And then you can't get into comfortable positions for the post plan, and then you can see how it gets picked apart by the side of Valiant. But this time, they don't even want to let them get the spike down, and it's such aggression. And a double kill from Liza. Like you said, what an entry. This time the hyper-aggression works. It's not over towards A, but C, and it nets them 3.
I mean, that is what you want to see. And this is what you were talking about when you were saying the Neon can be so hyper impactful. The shock came out. The kills were there. It's just absolutely what you want to see.
The Neon tech. Fast at closing those spaces, especially towards long positions, and with the layering of utility has indeed helped that Neon pick shine. Now it's going to be on to Nunu.
Oh, how nice was that? Great lineup. Andalusia flawless here for Valiant. They just creeped right into that.
Yeah, just look at that replay. Doesn't even concern yourself with the raise behind it. Trust your teammates to get that trade. And yeah, you can just set yourselves up in an up-down position. Not much utility to get you off the angle with the remaining players, and they just have to walk into the crossfires, walk into the angle that has been, well, secured by the 2 players of Valiant. And now it's back up to a 5-5.
It actually is. And, oh, Haunt being destroyed right away. No information gathered off of the back of that one.
Well, the information that there's someone at least over towards this position, so it does sort of sign the warning signals for the side of BBL that there could be players up close because they have no sort of space. There's loads of question marks over towards this C-mount position, but that's exactly what they're trying to combat with taking space over towards A. You can start to see them move now, wanting to scale up. But it seems like this is going to be contact play off the turret. There's a Rolling Thunder invested, and Liza is out through the doors. Only good for 1, but GX is there to get the 2nd. And now their only options are over towards it. See, this is realistically where the remaining players of BBL are. And you know, on the angle, that's going to be unexpected, but unexpected doesn't quite necessarily work out against like you can just hit the headshots.
Yeah. Doing their due diligence last time, they walked straight into the crosshair here. Mel will wisely back off and wait for for the rest to rotate on in, but they are coming in through the front door here over Mount. And Mel actually coming in from the pinch side here as well. So this might actually catch BBL completely off guard where these players are coming from.
Just look at the ultimates available for BBL. You have a Rolling Thunder, Flash as well, and also a stun. So there's a lot of utility to just delay Valiant from getting onto this spike, and it's planted for them so they know exactly where these players are going to be situated. Rolling Thunder invested. No one even near the bomb, but it's just that hits a headshot. A nasty shot into the remaining players. Flash comes out, and it's the time that is going to be getting it close. And I think she just about has time to get the defuse. So with well, the second time since pistol that they've managed to get the round count in their favor. It's a 6-5 now in favor of Valiant.
Last round in the half.
I mean, this round was really like the previous round was great, right? When Lisa takes up so much space. Again, here she makes that aggressive entry. Doesn't quite find the backup that she had in the earlier round, but still, you know, they managed to convert it into a win off the back of that. And I really like the approach that they had here in the retake with how they decided to enter the C side.
Well, Seaside or not, this place that's going to get entry is over towards the A main, and it seems like BBL are just about coming on top of the trades back and forth. They've managed to take down 3 Valiant players at the expense of Wens and Alkia, so you still have some heavy hitters left on the side of BBL. They're wanting to push this to a 6-6, to an equal half. Again, seems sort of like repeating yourself. The Spike is going to get O down for the 11th time in this half.
It is actually a little bit crazy, right? But so far, yeah, BBL have just been able to always convert this into a clean plant. A little bit less clean now, perhaps, as they are just a 3 left standing. But 3v2, this is going to be a rough one. Fault line coming out here. The door is being triggered. Dream
One enemy remaining.
trying to make an entry barrel. Barry was there, though. Fault line will catch her as well, and there's not even a defuse to be had. BBL, they will tie up the scoreline here before we swap
Switching
sides.
When you're looking at the scoreline, especially when you're getting about halfway through this half, it just felt like, other than the pistol and the follow-up, it just been Valiant was on the back foot in so many of these rounds, and the calls weren't necessarily there. They were gambling towards the wrong sites in the mid to late rounds, and well, for 4 rounds in a row, they found their answer.
Here.
Unable to make it a 7-5 half since BBL finally get one to break the tide of that 4 in a row. And I'm hoping to convert this into a pistol win for either of these teams, really, to get their foothold into this second half.
Yeah, so let's see how aggressive Lisa is going to play now that they are on that attacker side.
Similarly to the way Valiant was starting up on the defense, they have a heavy stack over towards A and B. One player tasked with holding down the C side is actually Barry on the breach, so that's going to be an interesting. It's not necessarily the one you typically see, like the Killjoy or one of the Sentinels if they had a Cypher coming into this. So it's definitely going to be a test for this new, well, not necessarily new, but a new experience for her playing at this level of game changes in an official.
Ooh, Lisa actually managed to dodge the fault line here. The side has been found clear as day. Plant will be confirmed here by Valiant, as now the cavalry of BBL is arriving. Spot 1 player. Proxima already shut down here. Went's good for 1 at least. BBL is coming out swinging as they pick up 1 more. Ninu here on the back of the site. Closer to the spike. BBL though still coming out swinging as Nino is left in the corner there.
Player standing.
Manages to shut down 1 but not 2, as Wentz will shut her down in her tracks, looking for the defuse. Dream is looking for it, but they just can't find it. The defuse will be stuck. BBL taking this round.
And it comes down to the retake, like you said, they don't necessarily get the first blood into that round. A lot of space given, a lot of time to set up, well, their post plant. And even with the spike planted towards a spam, towards round, you can see, well, majority of these kills have been going down on site itself. Only Dream left towards that main position to play for the shots through the smoke, for the spam. Unfortunately, a double peek. Too much that she can handle. And that's a trade of pistols now. Both defending teams won the pistol, but we saw how expensive BBL were able to make it in the second round. Brought it down to a 1v1 situation for Valiant. Let's see if Valiant have something similar up their sleeves. Again, similar sort of buy that BBL had coming into it. Only a couple of sheriffs. Even a frenzy on Mel. So wanting to get up close and personal with some of these weapons.
Well, yeah, they did have a frenzy last time as well on Ninu, and she actually managed to get a kill with it. But looks like A side is going to be the play here.
Indeed, but for the side of BBL, not too afraid of taking these long engagement gunfights, but especially with the sheer number of Valiant players over here, don't want to be caught in a tough situation, and that's the go pin for the side of Valiant. Lisa goes for a little bit of a jog, but is instantly met with a brick wall of utility coming in from BBL, and that diverts their attention over towards A. Talking about the isolation of gunfights, this could be bad for Alkia.
It could be. The Sheriff rings through. We'll shut her down here. They were expecting the doors to go open here. Plant has been confirmed. I was a little bit, worried with the time that they had left, but they did manage to make it there in time. Dream trying to hold that long angle here. Jada will shut her down though. Mel with the friends is still good for one as Proxima now finds herself on the side. Gwen's good for one, looking for more. It's all up in tree. They are extremely low. It's just Jeeks left standing here. Has a bulldog in hand, but cannot get the upper hand here from Proxima. BBL will convert this into another round.
I talked about how expensive some of these anti-ecos are being for the team that won the pistol. In the first half, it was a 1v1. Only able to save a bulldog over. Fortunately for the side of BBL, they have 2 alive. So we're able to save over a little bit more than that. But yeah, you can see about the isolation of gunfights. Out here, stuck towards the street. Stuck between facing towards the revolving door or towards the players rushing in on site. Unfortunately, the wrong one peaks first. Blue team is to convert it in the retake. This time, deep angle already into main. No contest from BBL. Unlike the previous that you were taking jiggles through the smoke, it's been a block for them on that angle at least. And yeah, it's diverting Valiant back over towards this A main. And this is something that they were constantly going towards, especially with the utility that they have with Lisa wanting to take that aggression. Was sort of the main point of contention with the heroic match that went to like a 17-15 overtime, and it just was rinse and repeat of space over towards A.
There.
Yeah, still playing very patiently here. The rotation is coming through from Lisa. Time is ticking. Door is being triggered. It seems to be clear.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
that was a really, really nice prowler to connect here. Lisa picks up one here, and it's Wen, so that's a fantastic opener. She comes out swinging, but will be put down right away in her tracks. Mel still looking up at heaven, but has to be wary of that loop around here. Jada will drop down. The head will be spotted. Alkia is just a little bit faster, shuts her down. Spike is ticking. Dream is trying to watch it, but now in the smoke, the fault line also to catch her there.
My ult is ready.
Ninu good for one here. There's the Nightfall coming online, gets shot out right away.
Yeah, and I think it's, well, sort of a 1v3 situation.
A little bit more.
Player
Stop
Yeah.
it, but they just won't manage to do it. And it will be BBL taking round number. Oh my goodness. It's just so much chaos going on in the way that these rounds are being played out for me.
My ult is ready.
Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of technical issues though. GX was sort of AFK over towards C long for the longest of time, so it does come down to, well, a 1v3 situation. Nino is left in over towards street. Nightfall sure invested to try and bring the HPs of the BBL players down, so it could be less bullets, down to that sort of 40 HP mark, trying to get as many freer kills as possible, but it doesn't work out. And that's 3 rounds in a row now for BBL. It's just unfortunate about the tech issues for the side of Valiant.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we are having a look into that right now to see. Alrighty. Yes, we are heading into a little bit of a tech pause here to just sort out the hiccup that we are facing, and we will be back with you soon.
But yeah, I think there's going to be a round replayed actually, just to give you a little bit more information, since that player was DC before, well before anyone took any damage, been DC for a couple of minutes. So we're just getting that sorted for you guys. So yeah, round 15 is going to get replayed.
Yes. It was a little bit suspicious, right? How long Jix was kind of missing.
Yeah, but it's honestly, it's going to be fine for either of these teams coming into it. Yeah, not necessarily the best situation if you're BBL, because you're like, oh, we came in away with that, we won that retake. But yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate that was how it went down. They're still on the bonus anyway, so they're going to have a pretty decent buy at least coming into that third round of the half that we're going to replay. So it's not necessarily the worst for them, but yeah, for the side of Valiant, it's not necessarily what you want to happen, so it's just going to get corrected up.
Yeah, exactly. So glad that we're able to correct that, and then hope that yeah, the replay of this round will be a good one.
I mean, it definitely could be a good one indeed, but what are you actually thinking so far about how we're seeing? Well, let's just focus on the first half, because we don't really see necessarily the pistol and the follow-up in the second. But
yeah,
what do you find about the first half that is really anything that stood out to you?
I mean, we have seen the rounds that Valiant, in my opinion, have managed to win and drag over the line. They've kind of been more playing off of each other. Oh, looks like we are back indeed. About to go back into the game, but yeah, I'll just finish my thought here as we head back in, and as that they have been able to play more off of each other in the rounds that they managed to convert into wins, like swinging together, and now in these last rounds they've seen a bit like, you know, spread apart. Alkia looking for a very, very aggressive approach here, manages to get that first frag, but will be shut down in her tracks. But it's a very even trade actually here, Winter.
Yeah, 2v2 definitely gonna be licking your lips if you side of BBL here. And well, Barry, Ags, you are the super sub of the century, coming in and a triple kill off her own utility.
Look at that spray, I love it. It was an absolute godly fault line to swing out with the blind as well. Just fabulously done here, really showing what her breach is made of. Look at that again here. Clean taps as she picks up a 3k.
And when we're talking about the round got replayed, it's actually a worse result for the side of Valiant, because you don't get the spike down, you don't do the economy damage to BBL, bring it down to that 1v2 situation that unfortunately GX was actually able to play. But yeah, BBL are going to be happy about that. They've managed to upgrade to 4 rifles without necessarily spending a dime. And look at this crossfire already established up onto B.
Yeah.
Alkia at the ready. Stun gonna be coming out soon enough. Oh,
all right.
That's against no contact coming in from Alkia, so there's no call or need for that stun necessarily. But look at, oh my god, look how much information that Jada has over towards Z. Not overextending to hit any sort of turret, but they know that it has to be B or A, and now that caused Valkyria to start moving as well towards B. It has a deeper position there, so all eyes for BBL are going to be on this A site. That is exactly where Valiant are going to hit.
That looks to be just where they're going. Here's the overdrive. It will find its first coming up here onto heaven. They know that Lisa is here. Barry holding that corner still. Looking for more damage here just around the corner. Forcing Proxima off, but still Barry X holding her own here.
Face your fear.
Not looking to back off. Maybe that forces her off the angle, and it will. Lisa good for 2 here. Dream finds another with the stinger, as all of a sudden BBL find themselves extremely on the back foot. The plant has been confirmed here, and it's just Proxima and Jada left The wraparound from Lisa might be pivotal here. She gets spotted and she will find her third. Jada though, good for another. Oh my god, actually good for 2 before she gets shut down. Very clean round here now from VLNT.
Yeah, it's the answer back that they needed. Not wanting to let BBL run away. Well, a 4-0 start into the second would be spell trouble for BBL Queens. So VLNT, it's good that they've managed to put a stop to that. But now it's a chance for the BBL coach to have this say, to cook up some sort of protocols or some strats that they've gone over before. Because now is the time to do it. Could be the chance to get onto double digits, extend the gap yet again. Currently only standing at 2. VLNT come into this, you have your chance for your coach to talk as well onto the mic. Get their input as well. So I wouldn't put it past, when we've seen timeouts before, that especially with this Neon con, that somewhere has been their point of aggression. Whether it's a continued aggression, they just full run towards one of the sites, or if it's just a place one of the players and then retreat and go towards A, because we've seen some really nice splits from VLNT going over towards the B site.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like a heavy stack towards A here once again. Bit more of a usual split around, with the C side being guarded by Wens this time here from BBL. Alright, Satchel's out, will be heard actually. Alkia being shot down here through the boxes, and the molly to take her out in her tracks. Great start here for VLNT so far.
And you can see where the Neon's ability and fast space closing aspects of her kit really helps with VLNT in taking over A main space. On top of that, using GX's ability to clear out the close corners, so you don't necessarily have to face check it or just go solo into that 50-50 gunfight.
There.
Does net them the first kill onto Alkia, but look how well BBL have positioned around this.
Oh my god, Wens actually might
Gonna
have a
get hard
fantastic
cleared
corner
here.
here, but wow, we spoke a little too soon. Dream absolutely ready for that one. Shuts down her counter Killjoy. And now,
30 seconds left.
Seaside just Barry X here. Fault line available to her. Will not even have the chance though, as Lisa shuts her down right away. Jada has arrived.
Spike planted.
Spike
Arm made a
down.
little bit of damage here actually onto Jada, not too much. Like they'll be... They're going for a little wraparound here.
No, it's likely they're going to be going to save.
No.
As soon as that
Yeah.
spike's down in that 5v5 situation, you could make a case for it if they're able to stop that spike consistently and consistently. But when you're talking about the seaside, there's, well, safer options to plant, multiple, in fact, that you can't necessarily get sprayed down from the position they had towards CT. So, yeah, it's going to be another round on the board for VLNT. It's going to round up to an 8-9 scoreline. So BBL still in the lead, but the gap is getting increasingly smaller. And a nice string of rounds together for VLNT could prove vital in regards to management of BBL's economy, because you can see Barry and Alkia are on, well, next to nothing funds. They should be able to have some weapons dropped over to them, but it's not going to be a fully equipped BBL by all means.
And that was a bit of a crazy kill coming out here from the breach, but... Yeah, not the full buy up here as expected on the side of BBL. But we do have a lot of big ultis in play, the lockdown, the rolling thunder, so, you know, you can still make a case for BBL turning this into a winning round.
Found them.
When scattering some information here towards that seaside.
They've got some really nice utility and ultimates for this retake, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a commit to stopping them as they come in, but Wenz is exactly what she wants to do. Gets the first, gets the second. Proxima chimes in for the third.
Player standing.
That's exactly what Wenz picks up as well for a second peek around into water. And this is what you call a shutout onto the C site.
Yeah, and that's absolutely what is happening right now. Dream's completely being shot out. They're trying to chase her down. She's good for one. Tucks into the corner. Double flash is being dodged and she's about to run into a lot of crossfires if she wants to try and pick this corner. Good for another, but not good for a third. Proxima shuts her down. BBL going to the double digits here.
Yeah, and it's not only just going on to double digits. It's going into a position where you might have all 5 ults online soon. Yeah, you can see in the replay, just Wenz taking names and hitting heads, securing a 3-kill into the round, and, well, basically securing the round for a team. Doesn't even let her get into that sort of retake position.
Yeah, no, she was extremely ready for that, like, you know, super hyper-aggressive entry from Lisa, and then just shuts her down right away. Is actually still good for another before she gets shut down. Absolutely amazing. And now, yeah, Lockdown not even being committed. So we've got Lockdown and Rolling Thunder on either side online. Mel's almost got from the shadows. And then we're also one off the showstopper here for Alkia.
Yeah, it just depends how the cycle comes round and who utilizes it in the right place at the right time, gets the most for these ults. But what matters is getting the rounds on the board. So even if crazy ults are expended, but the round tips in favor of the opposition, could prove difficult for following rounds. But this time we're going into round 19. Ults on both sides, but definitely favoring towards BBL. But what's not favoring BBL is an operator peek from Liza.
Yeah, that is a fabulous opening to this round here. Killjoy shut down. That was 100% the person holding this seaside open wide. VLNT take that with welcoming arms. As now the rest of BBL Queens still making their rotation around here. Are going to walk straight into Liza. Liza already swapped the gun here over to the Vandal. Good for a second frag here in this 19th round. Operator being swapped with the Dream. Dream walks up the mantle. Will be shut down right away by Jada.
Bringing to possibilities of a retake coming through.
Yeah.
Showstopper invested.
There's a
Popped out through
showstopper.
waterfall. Not able to get a kill. But Jada is able to get one on the first entry. Reveal towards backside, but it's a spray down between Mel and Nino towards the main players. 9 for VLNT on the board.
Yeah. I mean, this was going to be a tough retake, but the split up was maybe not ideal. I mean, I thought for a second when Dream was walking up the mount and gave them that kill, I thought, oh no, like there's no way. VLNT has to win this. But they managed to do it.
Side set back towards 8. Seems like a consistency for them. They do have those ultimates still on the board. Mirror ultimates available.
Wow.
And
Wow.
a shot to the head.
That is a shot to the head indeed here. The Marshal ringing true for Alkia. What you can do with a sniper, I can do that too, is what she had to say. Shows that off right away. Doors just, you know, used to make a little bit of noise. Looks like VLNT still testing the waters here.
Yeah, and the fact that it goes untraded for so long as well just secures BBL's advantage in this round. Yes, sure, it's still on defense. They can hit a site full 4 into a 2. They have the advantage there, but across the board, there's so much more information available to the side of BBL than that of Valiant, just based on the positionings and how they were so heavily invested in taking A main space and winning out those initial gunfights. Once they lose it, there's question marks towards the majority of the map.
Right, they're committing for B. It looks like the lockdown goes down here. Cheeks finds Barry X. That's exactly what you want here. Trying to confirm this plant.
Take hold.
Wentz will be having to wait this out. Now Defender Killjoy also using their lockdown, being traded back and forth here. 0 players detained. We still have the Haunt available here and 1 Prowler to just try and gather as much information as possible. We'll spot out Jada here. Nice shot here from Wentz. There's a Rolling Thunder on the side here from Cheeks.
Nino's able to pick up 1 from main. Mel from Connector doing
Goodness.
a lot of work. Now it's down to 1v3 situation, but it's 2 angles you have to worry about. Time ticking on the clock. Has to go for a miracle stick, but it gets shut down by a peek from the breach of Valiant.
Yeah. Stuck between a spike and a hard place here. But you have to go to try and get that defuse on, and you just can't. But yeah, B side left completely uncontested here, and then a lockdown being committed just to make sure it's completely clear. Well played around all of their util here, Valiant. Managing to tie up the scoreline here.
Talking about that ult cycle, Ninu's and Lisa's back online. Only expending Dreams and GX, Rolling Thunder and Lockdowns. That's not going to be sorely missed by them, especially when it's been replaced by the 2 on the Neon and the Fades. Again, pressure over towards A main.
Careful here.
And inputting and leaving one of these players, or even 2 that you can see now that they've got over towards Rubble, and wanting to then sort of pull that push and pull situation towards the other side of the map. They want to push towards C and try and pull some of the rotations from A.
Yeah, they're just making a lot of noise here towards Mount, trying to draw them out a bit. Keeping BBL on that C side here, now rotating on through to A, hoping that they've drawn enough attention to that C side.
30 seconds left.
The door is being hurt though.
Yeah, a lot of sounds can be made, especially over towards the A side. That calls for the Nightfall to be traded back and forth from Valiant and BBL. Both Fade players expending their ultimates. But do you know who has the ultimate that can highly capitalize off this? It is the Neon. It is the Overdrive. And especially with these lower HP players off the back of the Nightfall, it's just easy pickings. Make it a 4th in the round. And like Lisa, with the help of Ninu's ult, just takes apart BBL's defense.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely lovely layering of ultimates here. You mention it, and yeah, Valiant, look at them go. Taking the lead in this series. And a beautiful 4K for Lisa to close it off with. We're getting closer to match point here. But it looks like we might have another technical pause at our hands.
And the money for BBL is not looking good. I think the max you can bring into this is maybe a hero rifle for Jada, but even then, the cash is severely lacking.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I think as BBL, you're gonna just try to buckle up and get through this round and hope you can get a full buy on when it's match point and it matters, you know, it's all or nothing to see if you can still stay in Lotus and see if you can close this one out. But they must be scratching their heads a little bit considering, you know, how this matchup went last time. And as you said, a bit of roster changes, but definitely also a lot of improvement on how this map is being played out here by Valiant.
I mean, yeah, if you want to talk about last time that they faced against each other, we talked about that in the pre-show. It was a 13-2 victory in favor of BBL, and we're in a situation where Valiant are almost assured match point, at least 12, so whether they want to close it out in regulation or not, they've at least guaranteed overtime. And BBL, well, they're going to be starting off this map, starting off the series with a... Sure, they lost pistol, lost follow-up, but then they strung together 5 rounds in a row, so uncontested. It's not as if they were coming down really close, but then something switched on the side of Valiant. They managed to get 4, managed to get into a 6-6 tough, and then, well, you can even see on the timeline a string of rounds by BBL, and then in the last 6, only 1 has been won by them. It's been 5 rounds for Valiant in the last 6, and it doesn't look like they have any intention of stopping, especially with a buy that BBL are, well, forced to come into this with.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this should be a guaranteed match point, as you just mentioned. It is a little bit strange, right? The way that like BBL is currently sitting in the standings, because we mentioned it before. It's all on the line, and they have been such a staple from ever since I joined Game Changers, which was like, you know, Series 2 last year, that they were like sitting at the top of the scoreboard and really contending with G2 Gozen. And it's interesting to see where they are now for me.
Interesting indeed. Still trying to get through this technical pause, and we will be back into a little break, but we'll be back as soon as possible with the 22nd round to see whether Valiant can get this into the match point or not. Don't go anywhere. We will be back after a short break.
Placing sentry.
Hey, and we are back. Thankfully, we have all 5 players on each team on the server, making it an even 10. Fortunately, a little bit of internet issues for the side of BBL, from what we've heard that they're all on boot camp, and well, boot camp's internet's going a little bit booky. So they're going to be playing on a little bit higher of a ping. Fortunately, haven't been able to source it in that tech break. But they are on the server, and back to sort of the regularly scheduled broadcasting that we saw, gosh, all that time ago now. BBL are on those lower weapons, on the pistols. Wens only has really a Bucky. I think that's the most expensive weapon they actually have on the side of BBL. And Valiant put some pressure over towards C at the start, but it's going to be a 5-man walk up onto A, and this is exactly where BBL have stacked 3 players towards.
Oh yeah, they did. Like 3 players hiding in tree. Door gonna be triggered. Fault line won't find anybody here. As we do see the swing out. Valiant comes out swinging right away. Picks up 3 kills off the back of that. Not a lot contesting to do here. Of course, as you mentioned, the gun difference here on the side of Valiant. Plant will be confirmed here as well, Interior.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and you're looking at that as like the best chance is you hear them running up onto A. You want to push out and isolate the kills of the players that are deep further back into main, like towards that rebel door. But yeah, it was just sort of into the meat grinder. Pistols against Vandals isn't necessarily the best thing unless Barry has something to say about it. Is able to pick up 2, so it's not necessarily a free round for Valiant. But it's only consolation kills really. Match point secured for Valiant, and that's 12 on the boards.
Yeah,
Out of charges.
to be expected, as we actually talked about right before we headed into this break, that it was just looking incredibly rough here for the economy. Barry, though, managing actually to pick up a few kills with his Sheriff, but it looks like we've got another tech boss coming in here again. So far, seeing the Rolling Thunder online, Ender from the Shadows, and 2 rifles on the side of BBL, but not much more.
Yeah, just into the technical pause, they are going to be able to get those rifles up on the board. There's plenty of cash to go around. And I can promise chat, guys, it's a short tech pause. I've had it confirmed. And if not, unlucky. But hopefully we'll be getting into this 23rd round of play in this series. And yeah, we're still on the first map. 12 rounds for Valiant, wanting to close it out after such a long tech pause. And I think that was one thing I was worried about is coming back into this. Sure, BBL had that lower buy. It wasn't necessarily full buy v full buy. I was worried about sort of a aggro play or something that was going to catch Valiant off guard and be able to turn it around after such a long technical pause. Glad to see that it didn't, and it was sort of clinical in clearing the angles over towards A to stop the eco stack from, well, working against them really. But yeah, BBL, you have the Rolling Thunder, like you mentioned, online from the shadows as well. And yeah, I think it's really going to come down to those entry kills, because that's realistically all we need to talk about is the entry and then the closing of these rounds. Because the mid rounds, they've been going either way recently. But it's the closing that have been ever so consistent for the side of Valiant. As you can see in that sort of timeline, in the last 4 rounds, there's been no inch and edge raise for the side of BBL.
Yeah, no. Exactly. Alkia has been a little bit more quiet. Actually, it was a bit of a trade-off, I thought, is like as soon as Lisa started taking a lot of space, becoming very aggressive and very successfully converting that into kills and 1 rounds, Alkia started to quiet down a little bit. It might be the ping, it might be something else, but it's not what I am used to seeing from her. So I would like to, you know, see her step it up in this round. Grab a nice rifle for herself, get some kills on the board, and see if BBL can, you know, delay the execution here on Lotus.
And I think that's sort of the name of the game, is delaying for the side of BBL, because, well, Valiant, they're in the driver's seat. They have 12 on the board. They're the ones that have the momentum, especially after coming back from that long technical pause. They get the first round straight off the back, and it's pretty clean. The only kills that they lost was, well, exit frags from Barry X.
Yeah, absolutely. I think delaying is such a great word to use here because it's literally all that we've had today, right? Like we're just going in and out of technical pauses. It looks like we're finally back into the game now. Bit of a setup here around that C side, actually a heavy setup here from BBL around C. So what do you think about that one?
Careful.
I mean, it does depend if these players are going to walk into the trap, but it depends how aggressive BBL wants to get, if they're going to be satching down or going for those trap plays. Very spotted out by the reveal, and you can see these are wanting to get up close and personal, but it's Alkia that shuts down the Neon, and like you said, wanting to get Alkia back online, especially in that head-to-head against the Neon, and how aggressive they've been on taking this space. That's a good way to start off the round.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like the call here immediately from VLNT to then, you know, just go back to the trusty A side that they've been a bit more successful on now in these later rounds. Smoke gets dropped onto Heaven here. Plant will be confirmed by Ninu, as we do see everybody gathering up on the backside here. The fault line connects and Jada immediately answers with shutting down Mel there. Everybody else still onto the backside of that A there. Ninu tucked away in the corner here. Ooh, will not even be able to pick up Alkia. Alkia good for a second one in this round here. Will be shot down though, as Jeeks is good for a second through the wall.
Blinding.
Looking for that blind.
Player standing.
Towards the end. Couple of kills going either way, but Barry's able to stick onto that defuse, and we're going up to 11. Valiant, we were talking about BBL trying to delay Valiant from closing down this map. It's now sort of switched the narrative. Have BBL got a chance to push this into overtime?
I mean, it looked calm, it looked connected here for them. I think they, you know, they seem to be able to try and push us into overtime. We still got the showstopper online now for Alkia. I got what I wanted, right? She showed up, got a few kills on the board for herself, and now she's got her ult online. But it's a lot that, like, you know, a lot of ultimates almost online, ready to throw everything and the kitchen sink at each other.
Yeah, and they had so much residual cash after that 4 rounds in a row, keeping majority of the players alive. So they're going to be fully equipped coming into this in regards to utility, weaponry. But yeah, you're talking about those ultimates. The only ones really to speak of is that Showstopper versus the Rolling Thunder, who can really have that tide-turning impact into this round.
Yeah, exactly. It's more like, you know, who gets caught first, and this time it's definitely Liza. Once again, Alkia shuts her down. These have been the moments that have, you know, turned it around for BBL.
Get back.
So now BBL, good for a second kill, might actually run into the second crosshair here, but not this time. Ninu ready to trade that one back.
Look, it's the pulling of the rotations. They've faked that they're going over towards B, especially after being able to trade that kill back, like you mentioned. Now, they've just casually strolled over into A. They've got the full sights themselves. Only issue might be is the fact that they have the disadvantage in regards to number of players. Rolling Thunder invested over towards Heaven. Showstopper out as well, but are these players going to get caught off guard over towards Titan? Yes! Jix down.
Oh, Jake's down indeed. Alkia drops down. But now Spike just left completely on the open, completely on the uncontested. Ninu so extremely low, trying to clear out, but it will not happen. The defuse comes through, and BBL ties up the scoreline 12-12.
We have overtime, and I don't think there's any way we close this first map out other than in overtime, especially from what we've seen from both of these teams across the first and second half, across it at long tactical pause, and the fact that both teams have come in, they're back sort of on full force, and yeah, timeout straight away from BBL coming into this OT.
Yeah, we haven't had enough of that today, so, you know, let's have another pause in the game.
I mean, this time the coach can talk about actual strategic things rather than just the trying to get a hold on and sort out those technical issues. So if you were the coach of BBL, what would you be having sort of your impact here? What would you be saying?
That's a rough one. I feel like, you know, these 2 rounds have been incredibly clean from BBL. It's been looking good. Alkia is showing up again. I probably just tell them, you know, like, play off of each other and keep track of where you're going with the with each other, because that's how they've been doing a really good job now. And making sure that Alkia can take up the space that she wants to take up, I think, has been pivotal for swinging these rounds in the favor of BBL rather than Valiant.
Out of charges.
Yeah, and talking about that, about Alkia on that raid, on that entry, and getting those entry kills like you were mentioning, I just want to highlight Barrier X. She is sort of the super sub, a 16-year-old player for BBL, and is filling in for Philippa, who's unfortunately not able to play in this match currently. But yeah, just to highlight her and her synergy with Alkia, the utility's been there, decent utility, but also the fragging capability of this player.
Oh, yeah. Exactly, and here's that entry that I, was hoping to see on the side of BBL. Lisa going in, taking up a lot of space. I feel like she might have been caught, though. So now, the call for BBL is to rotate over to that A side.
And you're just not expecting Dream to be sat on stage with an operator as a killjoy holding down that A-long angle. That's exactly what happens, and it's exactly what picks Wen's off. But site has been conceded over towards BBL, so they're going to have an opportunity set up in a price land. But also to note, no one's on that flank. Everybody's going to be coming from either heaven or stairs.
Pool gets dodged here nicely by the drop down here. Well done by Barry X. Is now Prowler coming in. Will not clear them. And look at that, the operator ranks through it, finds a second kill here, but Alkia still holding down this corner. Has to swap to the shotgun. Will not connect it in time though. The reload from Jeeks will not be enough. Is Proxima ready? But actually will be Valiant Dream that grabs that kill. What a showing from her this round.
Save the day. Easy. There.
And it's just so unexpected. Sure, you're possibly expecting an operator glass cannon coming through, but not necessarily on your killjoy. Solo holding down that deep A-long angle from stairs, gets the first kill, is able to get one onto Barrier X on that retake, swaps over to the Vandal, and yeah, you can see how well it worked out for them in the end. And now it's Valiant's time for a tactical. Another chance to close this out, because you can even see in the round replays and the timeline how many chances Valiant actually had to close this out. They were on match point first. It was BBL that fought to get overtime, and now Valiant again with the first round in overtime back in the driver's seat with an opportunity to close this out 14-12.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous if we just look at how this whole map has been playing itself out. Like, completely different world, right? Like from the 13-2 we saw in Series 2 to now 13-12 in overtime. Valiant looking at their second chance of closing this one out. It's a nail biter for me, this one.
It's definitely not what we were expecting coming into this. Like you said, it was last time these two teams faced off on this specific map. It was a 13-2 in favor of BBL. Valiant decide in this feature they're the ones who want to pick it. They're the ones who want to take it towards this map. And, well, they've come leaps and bounds in regards to improvement.
That they have indeed. The Hound gets shut down right away. This time it's Alkia with an operator in hand. Will not connect that first shot though onto Liza. Looking for another lineup. Shoots it off into the distance. Will not really connect anything there either, and will be rotating around.
Yeah, but look how much space has been given now. They've smoked off that operator angle, and they should be aware the next posting for them to be is over towards this stairs, but maybe not aware, but now they will be. Mel narrowly escapes with her life, but that's not what's going to happen for Proxima.
No, that's definitely not what's going to happen for Proxima. Actually gets shut down here. And she has been one of the players that has been standing the longest in almost every round. Not one to fall very early on. Now we still have the Haunt available here for Ninu.
Spike planted.
Spike will be planted onto that B side. Now a really nice corner to hold here for Jeeks, but not quite ready for Alkia just to come running out like that. So, still a dent in her health bar.
Nice.
Killjoy will be spotted on the side. Up on the box though, Jada will know where she is. Liza is ready, and that will be Valiant to take Lotus on our first map, finally.
Yeah, after some time indeed, whether it went to overtime in itself on top of those technical pauses, but yeah, closed it out in overtime. And what a way to do it. It felt like a pretty dominant overtime, specifically in that last round. That retake just went completely in favor of Valiant there, and they've taken their revenge after what happened last time on Lotus.
Yeah, they absolutely did. So I think I'm speaking for the both of us that I'm happy to see these results, but let's have a look at these head-to-head here between Lisa and Alkia. Close calls for both of these duelist players. First kills still going in the favor of Alkia though, and that's I think where Lisa sometimes got punished in her early aggression. Do you know? Are you feeling that as well, or how do you feel about that?
I think it really comes down to, yeah, I love the fact that Lisa was going for those aggro players. It got them so much space, so much information. Maybe not necessarily always getting that first kill, but well, 6 first kills for your duelist is absolutely great, especially when you're looking over towards some of your other players. Lisa had went 6 for 6, so sort of 1 for 1 in regards to first kills, first deaths, but also Dream on that killjoy had 3 first kills as well, so it's sort of more equal across the board for the side of Valiant compared to BBL. It was hyper focused on Alkia.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's I think the way that we are used to seeing BBL just playing around Alkia and her explosiveness, but also having a lot of players that can shine individually, and that's where Philippa, sometimes shows up really, really strong on a scoreboard. But I think that, credit has to be given where credit is due, and Barry X has definitely showed up as well and deserves that all the praise that, she should be getting here.
Yeah, and it's not, well, unsurprising that this is our MVP, the Neon Goddess, really coming into this. Like, you can see the headshot high percentage, but it's also the fact that the first blood and the cast of this player is so important on getting traded on top. So yeah, sure, going in, getting those 6 first bloods, but it's sort of the follow-up that is important for the side of Valiant compared to that of BBL, because well, BBL also had a lot of first bloods coming into it. I think they actually had around similar in regards to across the whole team, but the follow-up was there from the side of Valiant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's what, like, I said it before, where I think that it really shows back in the stats now as well, is that, like, if Valiant just play off of each other and they have that follow-up available, they really manage to convert every round into a win. And I'm glad to see that that's coming through in the stats as well.
Yeah, and we're talking about highlighting Liza, but also Dream on that killjoy has been honestly phenomenal. New addition to this roster coming into this split. Played with them in contenders to, well, they were relegated in split 2, so they fought their way back up into this split. And yeah, they've definitely improved. And honestly, the leaps and bounds that Valiant have gone through from split 2 coming into this split. I know we've only just seen map 1 of this series, but in previous matchups across, well, the first couple of weeks of group stage has been honestly inspiring, especially for the team that, well, they were bottom of the group, they didn't win a match in split 2, they're coming now into split 3, they had to go through contenders, so they really fought for this spot, and they're proving why they're deserving it across multiple matches, specifically in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way that BBL has been pretty much a staple team in Game Changers, and seeing Valiant coming up against them in this way is just showing that, they deserve to be here.
Yeah, for sure, deserving to be here. They've taken their revenge from the split 2, the 13-2, brought this back into a 14-12. Admittedly, not the cleanest for them, but still a win. They are 1 up in this series. We're going to go to a short break, but after we'll come back with the second map, finally in this series, to see if, well, BBL have any sort of an answer.
Don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Silence. One.
Alrighty, welcome back. It's been a very tiny break. We promise we're keeping the breaks as minimal as possible now. But we are ready for Bind, finally.
I was ready about 40 minutes ago, honestly, for this map. So we're coming into we're seeing Bind, and just a little bit of a fact, sort of check for you. This is the first time Valiant are going to be playing Bind in this split. Last time that they played it, it was in Contenders. I think they have a 3-1 record on it, so decent win rate. But again, Contenders teams versus BBL, there's a little bit of a difference there. So it's going to be interesting if they go and stick towards the same comp that they were going into that with, compared to if they have, well, they've done some cooking, obviously, for Lotus when you sort of had that rematch. So I'm interested to see if they've cooked something similar for Bind as well. So let's get into that agent select and see who is going to be playing who.
Yeah, I mean, spill the beans. You were talking about the agents that they cooked up here for Bind, but now we see it. So is this what you were expecting, or have they made some changes here?
I mean, yeah, this is the one that they had in Contenders, and I think they won both of their games in Contenders. Last time they lost, Bind itself was, gosh, against Team Falcons back in February, I want to say, in the first split of Game Changers. So it was a while ago that they've actually played up against T1 Game Changers teams in officials on this map, but the last time they played it was a pretty close game, 13-11 against Falcons. And then the side of BBL, they also beat Falcons on this map, but that was a little bit more recently. That was in this split, and that was a 15-13. So a little bit more of a recent success for BBL Queens on this map compared to Valiant, but definitely not a map that they're going to shy away from.
Yeah, they have a pretty alright win rate on it so far as well. So I was saying in the break, I'm really curious if Alkia is going to stick to the race, and it looks like she will. Actually, a really nicely rounded comp here. Single controller, though, going up against a double controller with the Brimstone and the Viper. Yeah, very disruptive. A lot of smokes, a lot of stuff that we can throw on the floor, because we've also got a Gecko in the mix. So, but the race matchup here for Lisa and Alkia. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think the Gecko is going to work really nicely with how Valiant might approach this, especially the fact that you've got the double controller, double initiator, 0 sentinel. Of course, you have Dream on that Viper. That's sort of your pseudo sentinel coming in, playing for those lurks when you're on that attacking side over towards a main, towards showers, that sort of thing. So you can see Dream take on that sentinel role, even though she is on a controller. So that's one to look out for the sort of lurks, especially since Valiant is starting on that attacking side. But yeah, specifically the Gecko, if they can get these fast plants down, look at how much utility that they have across the board to be able to play in these post plants. You have Viper mollies, you have raised grenades, you have Brimstone mollies, you have Gecko utility as well, and even Fade reveals as well coming back online. You can use to get them off sort of the bomb or get information on the taps. There's a lot of abilities and utility that Valiant can work around for that post plant, especially if they can get it down quick and fast without BBL Queens having much say in stopping it and stopping Valiant getting into those nice cushy post plant situations.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's nice and fast, and the way I hear you talking, it seems like you are kind of favoring their draft over BBL Queens. I do like the way that the BBL Queens have like a really, it's a bit of more of a standard matchup here. The Sky, we have seen it earlier today here on G2 Gozen playing the Sky, but I think Omen is very good here, even though Brimstone might be a bit more of a staple on Bind.
I think I like both of these comps. You sort of have the hyper default comp that you saw getting run ages ago, and you can see pieces of it still relevant today, even after changes like you were mentioning. G2 still using that Sky, Proxima still opting for the Sky as well, and it is interesting to see that Barry X is going to be on the breach again. It's nice to see that she's at least keeping the agent consistent over the two maps and not having to necessarily flip and flop between what agent she's subbing in for today.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also a bit of a Philippa, staple to play Breach. If I think about Philippa as a player, I just see her playing Breach. So for me, it makes sense.
Yeah, anytime you can play a Breach, Philippa's going to be on it, and I think Sova's the only other agent I've really seen her play repetitively. So yeah, it's nice to see Barry X. You are the Breach for today.
Breach Judy. Well, she doesn't seem to mind. She has been doing absolutely fabulous, I think, in the last round. Really showed up, made a good first impression, so to say. So I'm really, really curious to see what she's going to cook up now. But yeah, in terms of info gathering, I do like that they have opted for a Cypher. Like a Sentinel is just really strong in holding down a site by themselves. And I think the cameras and the tripwires will be really nice to play around these teleporters that are on Bind as well, of course.
Yeah, and just a couple of random stats that I can throw at you. When
go ahead.
BBL played us against Falcons, sure, it was a loss, really close. I'm sorry, it was a win. It was really close though. It was a 15-13 quite recently. And you were talking about that Cypher pick and how it can be great for the defense. Wenz actually went nuclear on the attacking side, was like 16-7, had 3 entry kills. So that's definitely another player to look at in sort of the side-by-side comparison of having a traditional sentinel, like a hard sentinel of Wenz on that Cypher versus the more of a softer sentinel of the Viper as a controller pseudo sentinel that Dream's opting for with this, well, that Valiant are opting for Dream to play for this lineup. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see the comparison between those two once we get on the server and the ability to get those entry kills and lurk kills on that attacking side. So it's going to be Dream up first to keep your eye on.
All right, yeah, absolutely. As we have a lot that we just discussed, but let's not forget what is on.
Wow, this is a nice spot.
That secures both them and Giant X into the playoffs and relegates BBL, like you said. If not, it comes back down to a tiebreaker between Valiant and Giant X tomorrow.
Exactly. So Mel got spotted just a little bit, decides to back off and you know, not to try her luck against however many people were there. Looks like she's still going to try though. Good for Proxima, good for 1, will be traded out here by Alkia, shutting down Dream. Inner tracks. It looks like A side is where the action will be going down.
Yeah, they have to be weird that they haven't cleared over towards Lambs. Actually, no, they're not. Barry X gets 2 free kills for herself, but they are 2 going in favor of Valiant onto the other side of the map. So it's pretty even in regards to count of players. Make that back into a 1v1.
Alright, now the defuse. Mel stuck it halfway. Who has the upper hand on the shot here is the question. It's all down to that. Who is going to confirm this pistol round? It will be Mel, as she is good for a 3k this round.
As well, peeking just before that smokes blooms for Jada to be able to stick towards the final half of that defuse. Connects the shots and secures the round. Valiant have been ever so consistent in getting these pistol wins.
Yeah, that they definitely have been. I mean, we see an immediate conversion here from, you know, going up to into a straight buy. 2 bulldogs, hero rifle. Dream just sticking with the ghost for now. Holding that same angle here.
You can see BBL opted for a heavy stack over towards 8. Just want to overwhelm any unsuspecting Valiant player, lull them into full sense of security that there's no sort of aggro plays over towards 8. There's a heavy default coming in from Valiant, so they shouldn't be caught off guard by any of this. And even if one player is, the rotate should be pretty fast and hightailing it over towards B.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing caught in the crosshair just yet. Valiant, a little bit of noise being made, just trying to draw them out here. Great shot coming out from Dream, stepping out into the outlaw. I mean, I'm sorry, it's not a marshal, that's an outlaw. It's 2 kills here now. Forced off that angle is Lisa has to commit a lot of utility just to get out there. Lines up another. Picks it up with that beautiful outlaw of hers. Good for a 3k when she swaps to this pistol. Amazingly done here. But might actually run into Barry X, and Barry X got the upper hand for that one. Valiant will find their plant here onto that B. No. Yeah, no. Yeah, they are. They're planting on B.
Spike planted.
Well, this could be interesting if Barry X is actually able to get sort of a fight down onto anyone, especially if it's Mel or Nunu, which are half armor. GX maybe not necessarily that one-shot capability with this outlaw. Yeah, it just doesn't want to give them, so it's going to be chucking that over towards market to make sure they don't have that outlaw coming into the next one. Because that could be so sort of damaging for the side of BBL if Valiant are able to keep that Outlaw going into the next. It's a lot of damage capability for them on that sort of attacking side when they can just, well, one body shot, anyone who's got half armor or even full goes down to such low HP. And yeah, it's just a clean close for Valiant there. They lose a couple of players over towards A, but like I said, as soon as there's any sort of danger, they just completely rotate and say, okay, do you know what? You can stay, you can stack on A. B site is ours. And yeah, just really nice kills from Liza here. Gets the first two with the Outlaw, knows that she hasn't got time to reload, gets the classic out, right click, and well, it's just a couple of shots to the dome.
Yeah, absolutely. Hype moment right there. Just swapping to that classic and confirming that third kill for yourself. Must be feeling good here. On taken out right away, no knowledge to be gained except for that there is one player there here. Up in shower, but still looks like BBL want to try their luck and push up here. Hotline connects. There's the showstopper. Forcing everybody back. Lisa shoots it out. Doesn't quite connect. Shots. Alkia down to half.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily net a kill, but a lot of damage done over onto Alkia. Gonna be healed up to 100, but no shields. So it could be dangerous still for any of these Bulldogs. Getting a dink from one of those, or even a Sheriff from Nino, could prove fatal, but doesn't seem like they're gonna have much of a chance for fighting, at least on the A-bomb site. Focuses are turned over towards B, trying to pull some sort of rotations, but is set up prime and ready for a TP to come through.
Absolutely set up a little bit of, you know, util being thrown around. Not a lot being gathered. Cypher Cage will be triggered to just deny that vision being seen. Alkia will shut Lisa down in the showers here. Throwing the grenade after, but everybody kind of doing their due diligence and just waiting it out. Wingman trying to make his way onto the side. It will not be happening though.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
And they're running out of time. Valiant, they need to come out swinging, but Barry X and Alkia so ready. Up on the box and stream, but will be shut down as well. Barry X good for a third as BBL convert this round.
You could see the idea that Valley were toying with. They left Alkia over towards A showers. Sorry, Lisa over towards A showers. Majority of the remaining Valiant players TP in, and you can see as soon as Alkia gets that kill, well, it's into the meat grinder, basically trying to run out of showers after they've already dealt with the lurk play. Admittedly, they had stronger weaponry, but not by far. There was a lot of unupgraded rifles on the side of Valiant, like those Bulldogs. So it's good for BBL to be able to get it pretty clean.
Yeah, and on the full buy now, this is gonna look a lot more interesting. Alkia, off the back of that fault line, trying to push up a little bit more aggressive here. Just glances at one player, doesn't get a lot more information than that.
Yeah, but information of at least one player looking over towards A means there's not a fast hit, a full exit coming in from Valiant. It's a heavy default, as you can see across the map. Tending towards B with the spike now, especially with damage done onto Nunu. Trying to make herself seem larger and more dangerous than she actually is. Just a sole fade player at 22 HP. Where it has actually managed to bring Proxima over. You can see now the rotate's coming through after the sound has been heard of the players towards long.
Alright, Mush up top. Dizzy will be going out soon as well here. On top of the Cypher Cage though. Will be going down soon.
30 seconds
Hawk
left.
connects, but not a lot vision here. Oh, Wen's good for one though. Is she good for another? Yes, she is, but will be shut down in the end. Up on the box's dream once again. Plan will be confirmed here by Jeeks. As the rotation is coming through and the 3v3 is still on Ninu. Ever so low. Not having that healing sky available to yourself. Not really paying off. Gorgeous headshot. Making a second here. Jeeks has up for a third, but Barry X is ready. Shuts her down. Will be shut down from the side as well, though. And that is Valiant taking another round.
like the idea of a heavy default, and yeah, Nino was actually able to dislodge Proxima from a B site position with Wens. Even though she's able to get 2 on the way in, it's just this follow up here with, like, from GX, there's 1, 2, and 3 all the way into the round. Unfortunately, not able to get the 4th. But 1v3, a little bit too much to ask from Barry X. Although, Rolling Thunder now online, and a lot of ults coming online should be in this round. BBL, depends if they have an opportunity to turn the tides. Only Sheriffs across the board. An ult could be useful if timed right. They could just be saving it for those rifle rounds.
Yeah. Looks like a push up here through Showers, quite deep in, but will be spotted out by Mel. Fires a few warning shots before she backs off. Takes a little bit of damage. Ooh, Proxima though, ready with that headshot. That is a gun to be dropped here. Mel backing away from it. They're looking to take the aggression here right away. Nino still trying to just trade out anything that they can find. Lisa good for 1. Thresh will be used here as well as Lisa picks up a second. Showstopper still online. Proxima versus Nino. Nino will win that one out though. The Sheriff not having the upper hand this time around.
Doesn't seem many options left for BBL into this round. Just looking for overextensions from Valiant. Seems to be the opposite of what's being offered up. GX looking towards spawn with a crossfire with Lisa. And even Hooker's just...
Yeah, they see the gun and that's enough. Wen starts firing away, but it will not be anything going to dent Valiant's run on Bind so far. I mean, here they see the barrel, right? Like it's so anticlimactic when that happens, I think.
Yeah, it just comes to playing some really nice off angles and crossfires and contact plays over towards that site. They know Hooker is still an option for contention. They know Elbow is clear. The only place that they can come from is CT and Hooker. They know Long is gone. You have a player that's deep Long. I think it was Nino. And then you have a player holding down that Hooker drop. So you can dedicate that many players to playing off each other, holding that CT. And it's the same goes. But if they do come out Hooker, both those positions work for the Hooker peak as well. But this time, it's getting a heavy push over towards A, but there's absolutely no one home from BBL.
Yeah, this is probably the fastest plan that we have seen at all in this series. The Nightfall and the Showstopper being committed as well. Gets shot off into the distance. Lisa finds one, will be shut down as well though in her tracks. 1 for 1 being cancelled out, but the Spike still standing here onto that A side. Dream tucked away in the corner. Tries to swing out of there, but has to be careful. Manages to put quite a dent, and that means it opens up the angle here for Jeeks. Picks up 2. Nothing that will be left here. Valiant just seem on an unstoppable run here and ready to prove why they belong in Game Changers.
It was not even that. BBL, they have 3 players retaking from Showers, and even this position that Dream was in here, this got ulted by the Breach or by Barry X's ult, and nobody capitalized off it. She was able to, well, quite effectively run the time down on the ultimate effects, like the Rolling Thunder effects, without any sort of pressure from the side of BBL. She just sat in lounge like, oh, I hope someone doesn't sue me. I'm fully Breach ulted. And even after the Breach ult expends, it's still a couple of seconds before any swing does come through. And by that point, she's like, okay, I'm fine. I have, like, no Breach ult affecting me anymore. I can just use my weapon. That's exactly what happened. Same goes for the oversight of the smokes coming down, the timings, and they just get sprayed down from the player sitting towards Brent. So for the fact that they had 3 players towards Showers in that round, along with players coming in from backside, they just got wrapped and didn't necessarily capitalize on the ultimates that they used to get space. It netted them 0. And then they were stuck in a position where they were on site and Valiant were everywhere.
Yeah, they just kind of got sandwiched in. And yeah, that didn't really work out for them. But now here,
This goes
when
here.
setting up her shop on that A side. That's where the action went down last time. Looks like that might be the case again here, Vinterio.
Yeah, they haven't necessarily got many weapons coming into it. But this time they do have a little bit of a split. They're wanting to try and TP on these players over towards Showers. There's only one player that Nunu gets absolutely shut down, but it's a double ult invested to try and lock these players in, like you said before. Mel and Lisa invested into it. Variax, that weapon now in her hands.
Yeah, Cheeks left on like 19 HP. Barry X on just 5 though. Will be cut in the back.
Trigger
Mel
discipline.
takes her time.
Yeah, going for the trigger discipline here. Mel doesn't necessarily want to take the kill onto anyone, and she gets 2 for her patience.
Yeah, absolute masterclass. It's just Proxima left up here in tower with just the sheriff in hand. How much can you do? She's going to start stepping out. Cheeks patiently waiting for her to drop down, shut her down in her tracks, and that will be another round for Valiant.
I think it was a little bit of a fright though when she dropped down from heaven.
Yeah, I mean, I would scream. I would scream.
I think she actually landed on her head, and that's why she went so wide coming down from heaven. But yeah, this was expensive for Valiant. You can see, sure, it's a nice protocol in regards to, oh, if we know loads of people have TP'd, fine, we can ult it with the Brim ult. But it's the fact that they've expended so many ults just to get them through an eco round. You have a showstopper, you used the Brim ultimate as well, and it's just like they only had sheriffs.
Oh, they did? Yeah, okay. So Thresh is also being committed just to clear out space here. We'll find Jada. She's actually on the edge of the teleporter. Proxima good for first frag here. Still holding that angle, picks up a second. Has to watch both corners now, and it's just a little bit much to ask for. Will run straight into the waiting arms of Mel. Mel will be traded out once again though. Dream up in hookah. It's starting to look a little bit dicey now for Valiant, as they just don't have the right amount of vision here with all the smokes that have gone down onto this B side. It's just Dream left all by herself. Wants to jump on that box here. Try to any vision.
Silent drop down here could be massive as well if she's able to isolate the kill onto Cubby. If she hard clears this, unfortunately not. Doesn't necessarily expect her here on that sort of off angle. Not quite in the corner, but still towards that Cubby. Finally, they break the chain of rounds that Valiant have been able to put together. Second on the board for BBL. But it's not going to cause any issues to Valiant just yet in regards to the economy. They've built it up over the last, well, string of rounds, as you can see in the timeline. It's 4 in a row. And yeah, not necessarily the rounds are getting too close. Keeping 2 or 3 alive is being really well for Valiant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 4 consecutive rounds, you get some time to build up bank that way. How you like to see it, but so far, Valiant look to be taking their time. Not really stacked up towards any side just yet, and the Spike left a little bit more in a neutral position.
Yeah, it's a heavy default. And especially without a Sentinel, Valiant have been doing pretty well with stopping any sort of attempt from BBL to push any extremity. Fake TP. As you can see, Jada utilizing the abilities of Omen does make Lisa a little bit scared, and that's going to pull them over towards B, thinking it's, well, the lesser defended site. Expecting someone to still be into towards that TP, but they don't know it's a fake.
Yeah, now Lisa joined up with the rest of her team. Prowler will be used to try and spot anything out. Han still available to them. Dream though up in the hookah, good for 1. Paranoia comes flying out. Molly committed as well. Jada now stuck here with the box. But they do come out swinging here on the side of BBL. Good for 2. Now it's Mel to try and isolate them out, but it will not happen. And it will be BBL taking the upper hand here. Closing out this round.
Yeah, Valiant lulled into a false sense of security there, especially when as soon as they hear that TP go out on top of the Sky Dog going through the TP, sort of trying to clear out towards that Showers position, along with spotting a player there, it sort of made Valiant in that sort of sense of, okay, they've TP'd one, they've got information that we're outside Showers, maybe they're going to pull the rotations over towards A, and that's quite the opposite. They were lulled into the fact that, oh no, B's the lesser defended site, but Jada didn't go anywhere, and you can see how much impact she had over on towards this site. A double for herself, a double for Proxima as well, and a really nice site hold for BBL.
Yeah. And now we do see Valiant has called in a timeout. They were a little bit caught unaware, as you said, with that false sense of security. And I mean, just to make sure that, you know, they don't lose out on the lead that they have currently, it's good to call a timeout and get your head straight. What do we need to keep doing and what do we need to kind of let go of before we head into the rest of this map?
Well, it's not as if there's any sort of question about Valiant having to come in with an eco. Plenty of finances still. Could prove to be a little bit difficult when we come into the tail end of this half, especially if BBL are able to keep racking up this round count. Money's starting to dwindle on players like you can see on Dream, down to under 1k, so it's not the end of the world. They should still be able to buy into the next if they lose this one. But the long-term financial planning needs to be there for Valiant. Could force an eco out of them in the next couple for BBL, which will surely be happy with that. Getting easier around on the board. But this time, it's Alkia, Berry, and Wenz that seem to be going to be contested over towards this A site. They went B last time, and now it's Alkia's turn.
Yeah, good for one, but it's a nice swing out here from Valiant, managing to punish both players that were on that lurk. Now, let's see. Wenz might not be spotted. Might actually catch all of these players in the back. Good damage onto Mel. Will be shut down in the end by Proxima. The plant will be confirmed, though. Dale is in the 3v3 now. Wenz being forced out of that elbow. Very, very low on 12 HP.
Yeah, and they haven't necessarily got the best utility to retake into elbow with, and just getting the feed back up now. It's exactly what seemed to be stopped by Valiant.
Oh, the Mosh denying. Oh no, it's a snakebite. Sorry, snakebite denying that defuse. Jada though will gladly pick up that kill, but Dream will swing out and confirm Valiant's 7th round.
Secured a winning half at the minimum for Valiant coming into this, and especially on the attacking side. That is pretty good stats for them. They are a heavily attacking sided team. I think they're running about 60% attacker side win rate in regards to round count for the side of Valiant. So this is something that we're expecting to see, expected to win out on this half. But yeah, BBL needs some sort of answer. They don't want to give too much away.
No, exactly. They are still, you know, testing the waters, but like maybe a bit too careful in some places. Alkia once again looking to get up a little bit closer and personal, but doesn't really find anything, so pretty much kind of forced to retreat onto that side and just wait for more information to be gathered. Ooh. That is a lot of damage here onto Jada. Very nice satchel on in from Lisa. Will confirm that 2nd kill for her. Site has been cleared. Barry X still arriving here alongside Wenz. Plant will be confirmed as well.
But look how far Nino is away. There's so many layers to this retake that are just impossible for BBL. They've now realized that. They don't want to even challenge it. There's so many layers. You have the Brim ultimate. If it even gets to that, snake bites. You have mollies. You have GX, the Mosh abilities. You even have the flashes as well. So there's just a lot of layers of utility that you have to get through before you even necessarily even allowed to fight the players, but the players are going to be fighting towards spawn, trying to keep these weapons away, but both have been spotted.
Oh my. Jeeks actually still picking up Area X before they fall. Only Wen's gonna carry this gun over into the next round.
before the switch.
And this was such a lovely entry here from Lisa, doing so much damage with the paint shells and then satcheling on in to confirm that second kill. Really, really nicely done.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just making the BBL players just so uncomfortable in their defensive positions. They're getting naded out, like you said, or satcheled on, and it's just, it doesn't feel like Valiant are letting BBL rest, especially when that attack comes in. They're in their faces with nades, with utility, with satchels. That's exactly what you see from your duelist player, so props off to Liza there. This time it's more of a heavier stack over towards 8. Some early presence and pressure expended, both showers and on short. Not necessarily affecting any sort of rotation from BBL too much, but it does look like they're getting a little bit inquisitive over towards Hooker. A double stack between Proxima and Wens. So it doesn't look like any rotates are going to be quick. So the BBL players are going to be heavily tested on this site hold.
But they are nicely dodged. And there is the showstopper to enter. Alkia being taken out of the equation right away. Oh. Yeah, with just the sheriff, not a lot to do here if you are Jada tucked away in a corner. Crash actually ready, and they are committing Viper's Pit as well. They do want to win this last round over as well. Crash going out. They know it's now or never. It doesn't really matter. They shot her though.
Information gathered with that neural theft as well. Still down in regards to the number of players available. The stick is going to try and come through. It's halfway, but there's a Viper's Pit all over the site, and it's just a shotgun that's needed to close out these kills. A triple for Dream in that round. We're talking about the pseudo sentinel on this Viper, and she proves exactly why. As soon as she's on site, it's locked down.
Yeah, I mean that was a Viper masterclass there. That was very, very well done. Great to watch here, as we do see that nice satchel coming in as well, again alongside that showstopper. The swap to the shorty here as well, as you said, to confirm the round. 3 kills here for Dream.
It's the entry into lamps with the shorty that is my favorite part of that, honestly. You get the fade utility to bring the player down low, stack in a certain position, and she just absolutely sends it around the corner, shorty in hand. It's the first of many shorty kills in that round, in fact. But yeah, it's a bit of a dire situation if you really want to talk about it for BBL. They had a possibility for a comeback on the first map, and now they're in a situation where a comeback's required just to stay out of relegation, but GX is just wanting to send them out of Game Changers Split 3 with a triple on the pistol, wants to send BBL to contenders and book themselves and also Giant X a place in the playoffs.
I mean, it's starting to look more and more like a reality as these rounds are being played out here. 9 on the board for Valiant. Spike will be picked up here as very, very slowly Wens and Proxima are starting to make their way towards that A side. About 40 seconds left on the timer.
Here.
Only saving grace is they didn't know where the spike was, but yeah, like you said, now they're spotted, so the jig is up on where they're going to be. GX is on for the 4th, going for the 8th, but it's shut down by Wens. Baits the spike plant. Mel position given away, and even steps into CT. So now, well, the sites have been changed in regards to where Wens wants to end this, but it doesn't matter if Dream's already there to put a stop to it.
10 seconds left.
Oh my god, she's still playing around it, but in the end she will fall. Wens an absolute trickster there. faking that plant a few times just to draw everybody out, but will fall in the end in the 1v3.
And double digits now hit for Valiant. And what a way to start out your defensive half. GX just gets 4 incredibly crisp kills and just so incredibly impactful as well. Puts almost immediately in the first 5 to 10 seconds the round into a 4v2. And from that, BBL already battling the mental hardships of technical issues between the first map coming into the second, being 9-3 down and just losing, well, 3 of your players within an instant to one opposition. One gecko stood in their way.
Yeah, what was it? Well, it was a tiny salamander. It is what it is, right? I mean, you mentioned as well that you were a fan of the gecko here. We can really see the value coming out with Cheeks just giving us an absolute class on how to do this. And Nino actually shows up very, very big with her bulldog. Good for a 3k here so far. Now, stuck in this corner, the remaining members of BBL.
Yeah, and what a stopping force looking towards your fades. Looking towards Nino, they just does it all by herself. One of the solo defenders of this site just takes the double peek onto the players pushing long, instantly relocates to the player pushing out Hooker. And now even more information gathered that both of the players, the remaining players, are stuck over towards B. This is the only option that they have. Nino again with her 4k, but Mel takes away the ace.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but you know, it's a team effort in the end. They get it done. Valiant looking to take us to series point in this next one here, but big showing from Nino and her bulldog. Absolutely well done.
And you can see how isolated Nino was actually on that side in itself. And it was a force by coming in from BBL, so I'm expecting a timeout. Yeah, there it goes. It's just, if you're looking at it from BBL's point of view, you're coming into this round, specifically round 15, you've just lost the force by to one player in the sense of Nino just going absolutely crazy on site. You're coming into this, do you force up and try and take a 4th round, try and eco them or force buy them back, but then you're giving the opportunity to Valiant to hit 12, and then you're stuck with, okay, we shouldn't have forced, we had no money. Or do you give them 12, eco this, and full buy into the next, and risk giving them a 12-3 scoreline? Or risk it for a chocolate biscuit?
It's it's risk it for the biscuit at this point, right? It's everything on the line. They're facing the relegation. It's hard, but in the last map they were not that far behind, so they decided, okay, maybe we can drag it over the line and eco this round, give them the match point, and then drag it into overtime, which they did, but they did not manage to close it out. And now in a 11-3, this is a tough situation, but it looks like the eco is going to be it, Winterio.
It's not a pretty state for the side of BBL. There's still a possibility if you really want to live off the hopium that they could walk away with this round, even though they're only bringing sheriffs, and we've seen how many game changer rounds are only overturned by an incredible sheriff round for one of these players. But it seems unlikely for the way Valiant have been playing, and well, with all that information, you have 3 players over towards B already.
Oh, well, there you go. That's a sheriff play.
Good call for a TP as well. You can see them ready to go. 3 players over towards B. It's now the crux in their problem. Dream going to be tested on the Viper, on A site, but decides to tuck back site. Wanting to keep the survivability long. Peeks in, gets stunned.
Oh, has to be ready, but Nino arrives for the crossfire, and it's actually picture perfect. Valiant seems unstoppable as they drag us to series point.
I don't think you could have had better timing reinforcements coming to, well, save Dream on that position. Yeah, specifically Nino here. Dream is able to get one for herself, but also GX getting 2 and closing it out with a 3rd kill. And yeah, you could have possibly made a case for it if they were able to get onto site quicker, isolate that kill onto Dream, but they weren't even able to do that. They had players in place, the rotates were there. they had 3 players on B at the start of the round. You lose your Cypher. The rotates aren't immediate. They only come as soon as, well, Dream feels that pressure and she's saved by her teammates. And well, that's putting them on match point, series point, qualification to playoffs point.
Boom, baby. Exactly. That's what's on the line. And that's what Valiant knows. They can smell the win. So, Jeeks now
That's as far as
committing Thrash. Gonna be able to just collect her again, and then she will be available up again in 10 seconds. I mean, it's a bit crazy how if your ult works like that, right? 10-second cooldown. Fantastic first pick here from Liza. She can smell that win too. She's got her operator in hand, and she's ready. 1 satchel left in her pocket, ready for another kill here. If somebody even dares to step into this bathroom of absolute death.
Yeah, it seems that's where she's staked a claim on a space for this round, and well, BBL have managed to find their way out onto A, but in a very short space that they've been given, a lot of utility dumped over the bus, and you can see how much damage that's done onto Berry, down to 22 HP, triggers the TP through. But not all these players have rotated. Mel is here, Molly in hand, pops it down, and she has so much information now.
Might not entirely be spotted here. Ninu shows up, good for 1. Mel swings out and will be shut down in the end. The roll theft will be committed, but this is all or nothing. Proxima, the last one standing. Can she do it? Can she hold on for BBL?
1 enemy remaining.
He gets 1, isolated. It's just the operator now being swapped out. Everything down to Liza. Can she do it?
1v1, Sheriff
Oh my
Man,
God,
only 1 body
shotgun.
shot is needed.
Shot her down and the defuse will come through. That is it. Materio, Valiant qualifies for playoffs in a 2-0 fashion.
And what a way to do it. Closing it out in a 13-3 on a map that was BBL's pick. But not only that, you've chosen to go to Lotus, a map when last time these two teams faced up against each other, it was a 13-2 in favor of BBL. They decided, you know what, we're going to rectify our mistakes in the past. We know what went wrong. We've been cooking between split 2 and split 3, and they came back with a vengeance, and that's exactly what we've seen. Valiant have just wiped the floor with BBL.
Absolutely. And I mean, yeah, this is kind of the scoreline repeat that we saw on that Lotus map in last series, and now here we have it. Buying 13-3 is what we are seeing. Incredible plays around the board here from all the players of Valiant. It's been it's been an absolute wild map, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And just talking about players to highlight for those first kills in particular, it's not necessarily just the duelists to look at. Like, sure, we had some great pop-off moments from Lisa, but also Dream on that Viper was able to get a 3-1 in regards to first kills, first death. So definitely one of the turning tides for the side of Valiant on how they were able to be so dominant in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of individual big plays coming out. Also on the Gecko, right? So many kills to be taken here in pivotal moments. But yeah, Liza will still be picking up that MVP here for, well, I guess we could say the series almost.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely some amazing plays coming in from this player in particular. But just on more of a note across for BBL, they are going to be relegated and going down into contenders, but this does mean that Valiant have qualified to playoffs, along with securing the spot for Giant X as well. So that is it for BBL in this split, and possibly even into split 1. Let's have a quick look at that standings to see where we're actually at across the board, because there is still a couple of matches to be played. So we have the Giant X Valiant game to be played tomorrow. But yeah, G2 goes in, have already had a flawless group. Falcons Vega, Heroic Valkyries have pretty much secured this spot into playoffs already. And it's just, yeah, it's the matchups between, I believe it's Odd One Out and Giant X and Valiant are going to be the most important to look at and to see how it can affect the standings, specifically in Group A.
Yeah. So just to ask you, what's been the biggest surprise for you in this group stage so far? And you're not
without-
allowed to say Valiant now.
No,
Because we just
like,
watched that.
Genuinely, it has to be Valiant and Heroic, and sort of the glow up that we've seen from probably one of the worst split twos that both of these teams have had coming into it. They definitely expected more for both of these rosters. And yeah, especially for Valiant, they went 0-4. And the only reason Heroic were able to qualify to playoff was because they beat Valiant back in Split 2. So it was that kind of head-to-head that was really important. And now Valiant went back. They went all the way through contenders. They've had this glow-up, which honestly, I think has really proved them vital, especially when you talk about KC. The same thing happened to them. And, well, after the contenders run that they went through, well, they're one of the top contending teams now that we're going to see, like, do deep runs into playoffs as well.
Yeah. Well,
So it's the glow up. So it's the glow up, basically.
The glow up, the ultimate glow up of these girls that have been taking their place, taking names in Game Changers. Yeah, I was also going to go for Heroic Valkyries. I think they, when I casted their game yesterday, I was really, really impressed with how much they've managed to improve and how strong they are showing up now. I'm really curious to see how far they're gonna take it. Yeah, this series.
Yeah, like you said, they've already secured themselves into playoffs as well. And do you know what? I love the matchup that we had previously. This is the first time that G2 actually had that flawless run through group stages since like 2022, I believe it was, that they were saying on that cast, which is honestly quite insane. But other than outside G2, they've already qualified to Game Changer Championship. Who are the teams that you're actually looking towards making that deep run into playoffs, whether it's by points that they're going to qualify, or also, obviously, if you win split through, you qualify to Berlin?
I think I have to stick with Giant X. I mean, Giant X have been a little bit quiet this time around, but I feel like they have such strong players that can really, you know, show up as a contestant to these top teams. So I'm gonna say Giant X, and if I can pick a second, I'd say Falcons Vega have always been a favorite of mine as well.
I mean, we could see all three of those teams. Obviously, G2 already in. We could see Falcons and Giant X make it as well, just based on how many slots and points that we get going into Game Changer Championships. But it doesn't matter. We're not even close to getting to playoffs. There's still another day of group stage games left. That is it for me and Joy. I believe it is for group stage. I will see you back again for playoffs. But tonight, I think we've had enough tech pauses and enough time gone idly by. I think you need to go get some food, go get some drink, and go get some sleep.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for sticking with us through it all, and have a nice evening.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy One enemy. Long. C. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.